Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get away with this. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true.
Sometimes I cry.
Oh! Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast, Saturday bonus show. This is show number 989. It's the final show of January 2020. The last one. And we are once again here trying to meet our weekly goal. You'll see it. We are 25% of the way there. We're trying to meet that goal before the end of this show to do another bonus show a week from today.
We're on pace to hit the episode 1000 by February 24th. But if we don't get the goal, that's going to throw us back. Then episode 1000 will be like a regular old show. But then episode 997 will be lit. Or 98 or 99, depending on how things go. So just don't fuck it up for us, guys.
Everybody like the stream. Make sure you're subscribed. Right now is the last episode before the end of the month. That means if you want to get your official T-shirt, the Poot 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 T-shirt for being a $50 or more subscriber for the month of January, now's the time to sign up. You want to sign up for that before the end of this month. So look out for that. Sign up. And everyone who signed up in December, the orders are going out in the next 2 days here to get you to get yourself that shirt from last month. Everyone that signed up in December, don't forget about that.
Like father situation, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Rick Wolf says this is the last show of 1980. I didn't know that, but that's crazy. It's wild for you to point that out, Rick Wolfs. It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, wow. The thumbnail, the things that have transpired since the last episode, lots of stuff going on.
Ethan Ralph got messed up.
Yes, and we are going to go over that. So I guess we'll just do that now and play the intro. Here it goes. Wow.
I should turn off the goddamn internet.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. DP, are they going to touch me?
So we have to fill everyone in who hasn't been paying attention to the lore. So basically, Ethan Ralph, we had him on the show a couple years ago. He had never been on before. We had him on with Vosh. It started out pretty entertaining and funny, and they went back and forth. And then slowly throughout the 3-hour stream, Ethan Ralph got more and more and more intoxicated. And to the point where, he started threatening to dox people. He started taking shots at people who weren't involved in the whole thing there that were family members and significant others. We hung up on him. He went over to his channel on D-Live and started doxing people. He's doxed people before. So that was our experience with him here. Other than that, there's not a lot of... And he blocked me everywhere and said, never message me again after that night, after I hung up on him so he didn't dox people on our show. But for the last few years, Andy Worski and Ethan Ralph were partners. They were streaming and working and collabing and streaming over on different platforms together. But recently, Andy Worski has gotten sick of Ralph. There's been a whole bunch of stuff. Ralph was recently convicted, found guilty, convicted for distributing revenge porn. That's one thing. There's other things. He's done time before years ago. His claim to fame was that he would, like, that whole Mundane Matt thing where they uncovered Matt's flagging history. That was the thing that got Ethan Ralph's show, the streams that he does, some steam behind it.
That was a big show.
Yeah, and it grew from there. So, but Worski and Ralph had a falling out.
Chugga to that goal.
Thank you, Coop Car. So Ethan Ralph and Andy Worski had a falling out, and I guess Ethan Ralph had this. Oh, is that what you're gonna do?
Let's go. Coop Car with $100 chugga chug.
I guess Ethan Ralph was like, fuck you, Worski, I'm gonna go to Portugal and I'll show you. Worski's family, at least part of his family, is originally from Portugal.
Yeah.
So he was like, oh, I'm gonna go to Portugal and own him. I don't know.
So did Worski send the team out to get him? Is that what happened?
Well, there's memes about that, but that's skipping ahead a little bit.
Oh.
So, Ralph was going to have Dick Masterson come with him. And Dick Masterson somehow broke his foot right before they were supposed to leave. There's speculation he just used that as an excuse so he didn't have to go. I don't know about that. But Ralph went to Portugal, and before he went there, he was like, hey, I'm gonna bang all these hookers, and I'm gonna, do all this stuff just to own Worski, is basically where it came from. And we have a video of Ralph right before he left, kind of flexing on this. Listen to what he says here.
Oh, wow.
He said he was going to move to Seria. I'm not a fucking Portuguese motherfucker like him, so I may be getting it right, may not. It doesn't matter. I'm white. I'm an American. It doesn't matter. I'll say however I want, and they'll still welcome me. Their women will still render their garments at the mere sight of my American dollar.
Okay, so first of all, in Portugal, they use the euro, which is worth more than the American dollar. So if you go there like, hey, I got an American dollar, they'll be like, oh, well, exchange that for euros, and then, then we'll talk.
It doesn't matter what I call them, you see. It doesn't, I'm a white man. I just show up and show the money and just do as I please.
Portuguese people are mostly white also.
As it should be.
Yeah, so there's that. I want to go through the timeline. The Twitter timeline, because it's very revealing. Let's see here. I'll take this away. We'll bring this up.
This one's for Eric. I'll read your dono. Eric dono didn't read out loud. It says, poor Ethan. All he wanted to do that night was touch Valsha's horse pee-pee. Let's reach his goal or kill Billy's liver trying.
Worski is actually doing a really good stream with this guy named PPP. I think it's called the Kino Casino. It's very entertaining. I've been watching it, and they mess with Ralph a lot. And I guess they were kind of messing with... They've been doing Fuentes, too, so very similar to what we've been doing. And they caught wind that Ralph was thinking of backing out going to Portugal. So they were like, he can't even make it into the country. So he went there just to, like, prove that he could get into the country, which they wanted him to go there because they knew it was going to be a disaster. So it's funny I was talking about Cuban cigars. Cuban cigars are available in every other country except for the United States. We have an embargo on them. Pretty much any other country you can go to and get them. So here he is. He flew in. And he's having a good old time. He's watching football in his hotel room. He was posting that kind of stuff. He was really surprised that they drive on the right side of the road. They drive on the right side of the road in almost all of Europe. The only parts they don't would be Ireland and the UK, and those are islands that you have to like take a plane or a boat or a tunnel to or a bridge. So. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's a common mistake that people can make,
Yeah.
So look, he was having a good time. He ate Burger King, some nice exotic Portuguese food.
That's a what call it? A dog whistle?
Yeah,
dog
of course.
whistle.
Yeah, and you know what?
Thank
It didn't
you,
seem
Eric.
like he was doing too much. It kind of seemed like he was just tweeting the whole time. Here's some of the food he ate.
What is that little dish in the bowl there? There's shrimp, but
Yeah.
there's like, is that on mayonnaise? Is that on cheese?
It looks like some kind of orange mayonnaise. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Portuguese food at all.
It's on ice too, I think. I don't know. That looks interesting. Not
like
sure
a
if I'm
cocktail
fan.
shrimp, but with some kind of weird sauce on it.
Not sure if I'm a fan, but
I'd
probably eat it.
He's memeing out. He's doing buongiorno, even though that's Italian and not Portuguese. They're pretty far away. They're both like Romance languages, though. Both like Latin based. Here he is with his stogie.
He found his Cuban.
Yeah, he's wearing his fedora now. He's so European, and he's having a great time. There's no stopping him.
Like, I don't know if you're more interested in this because of the inevitable downfall or because you love travel.
I love travel. You know what? Ralph was basically the Rick Steves of Twitter for like a week. For like a week. He was like the new Bourdain, Rick Steves, all rolled into one.
I swear to God, if he pulls out like a map and a flag, you're gonna be happy boy right now. This is all stuff you love.
That food didn't look too good.
The food wasn't
I'm not
that
familiar
good.
with Portuguese food. I don't know if that's like good stuff or what that even is.
That was the alt-right. He's like, give me a shrimp with extra mayonnaise.
So he's blasting out all this stuff here. But then eventually we're going to get to it. Man, he was there for a while before it happened. I think it wasn't too long before he was supposed to go back home. Okay, so here he is, like, late at night wandering the streets, and here's some food. That looks good. I don't know.
What are those? Is that fish on a skewer?
I think it is.
Huh.
Some kind of sauce. Croquettes. Those are good. Yeah. He got some sardines. Yeah, they're like sardines.
Sardinas Lisboa.
Yeah. Look at him looking at it.
He's feeling himself.
Yeah. And then he met some people.
Yeah, this is a cool couple he was hanging out with.
This is the last happy tweet right here.
This dude hit the lottery. Amazing couple. Super fun night. He had some good times being white in Portugal.
All right, so here's the thread right here.
Damn.
Well, I've definitely got to experience Portugal in a way I never thought I would. What is it with me and 4-on-1 fights? And forgive my hair, but there's not a stylist on call here in the hospital. You don't need a stylist to comb your fucking hair.
That's pretty funny, though. His face looks like someone just like, I don't know, took a battering ram to it.
He looks like he has no front teeth.
And he's over here worried about his hair. That's cute.
His one eye barely opens.
God.
And here's the thing. So he's telling this story that he got into a fight with 4 dudes by himself, and he just couldn't stop fighting. He just fought for so long that he just got beat up so bad because he could not stop fighting.
Do you think the couple were fleecing him and setting him up and getting him drunk so he could get robbed?
No, because I think that was a different night. Yeah, you know what I think? I think, I mean, he was talking about buying drugs and getting hookers. A lot of drugs are like decriminalized there. I think either he got out of line with some unsavory people, or maybe he was in a bar running his mouth doing the "I'm American, I'm white, I'm American," or maybe he got recognized, possibly. Who knows?
Warski's family came through, the Portuguese man of Warski.
I don't think he was, and actually, something funny, he has this expensive, like $900 leather man purse, you know what I mean? Like a shoulder bag. And he says it got stolen during this attack. He just happened to keep all the stuff he actually needs to get home, though, like his passport and shit. He could be telling the truth about that, but
you don't go out with all your shit in your purse, right?
The thing with the bag. I never leave my passport like not on me because there's times
you need it.
Yeah, or someone could steal it from
in his pocket or something.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to assume anything he says is true. But I'm not going to, like, immediately say it's a lie either.
I've never European traveled, but I've always heard that people keep, like, hidden wallet compartments on them with their
like a money belt. Like a money belt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worn one of those before. It just, like, it goes in your crotch region where no one could possibly, like, pickpocket you because they'd have to, like, grab your balls to
Someone
do it,
would try and do that to me. I have savory balls.
So, yeah, and he's talking about, he says... Some guy tried to rob me. I chased him down and then fought him and his friends by myself. I also kept fighting well past the point that would be considered normal. What does that mean?
I mean, He's saying that it would be normal to just let them take your stuff rather than fight them off, and he probably fought them off to keep his stuff.
He didn't keep his stuff, and he didn't fight longer than normal, whatever that means.
He said he went 9 rounds with Jake Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like, don't do this. And he says, I might be delayed coming home 1 to 2 days. This was posted on the 26th.
Is he home?
It's not. No, he's not.
Damn.
And we'll get to that. Yeah.
He just wanted to keep people updated on it because it will affect his schedule. He got messed up.
Yeah, and then a lot of this stuff came through. Like, by the way, he looks like he's made out of clay in this picture on the left. It must have a bunch of filters on it or something.
It's like if the Pillsbury Doughboy was playing Ryan Gosling in Drive. Was that his sweet boy purse?
Yeah, look, here's an older
I heard
tweet.
Ethan Ralph was beating guys off with both hands that night.
Hot. Cheers.
Yeah, so this is from like this past summer. He posted this. All right, and strangely enough, people searched this type of bag for sale in Portugal, in Lisbon, Portugal.
Oh man,
the bag is for sale.
That's got to be the one, right?
Yes, it's the same fucking bag. And read, where is it? There's a part where it's like, oh, let me find it. There's a part where it's like, it mentions like found, not stolen.
Wow.
Hold on. Give me a second here. I'll move this around.
I wonder if it had Ethan Ralph snacks in it. Is that a snack pack? I want to get I want to buy this Giorgio Monti bag. I think someone's bought it yet.
Right here. See how it says description. Finding is not stolen.
I trust him.
This one's being sold for €300, and
that's too much. I'm not paying that for a lunch bag. That's great. Fuck. I hope they can tag it back to them. Like, is Ethan gonna get his little purse back?
Who cares? Who cares?
I care about justice for all.
What does that even mean? That's like a meaningless platitude.
No, he should get his stuff back.
Okay.
He already gassed up the memes. He deserves a little purse back.
Did you know he did like a year in jail for assaulting a police officer?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What type of assault was it? Do we know?
I think he was just drunk and he assaulted a police officer.
Drinking is so bad. That's why Billy wears I don't wear a fanny pack. If I had this, though, I probably would. I'd get me a gunt pack. I'd have, I don't know, overnight kits in there. Whatever, little dick washers and stuff. Condoms and dick washers.
Dick washers.
Like, if I'm in Europe, I definitely need that bag. Oh, that Cartman pick, that was fucked.
Yeah. So... That's I do have a few of these. There's this tweet that he made. Oh shit! Hold on, let me bring it up. Bam.
He salted a police officer. How delicious! Some people don't realize IRL is not the internet. I will 100% whip your ass if you fucking push me hard enough in public. I'm not with the pussy shit. And in this picture,
yeah,
it's 4-on-1. My guy would have 100% whooped their ass, but when you divide it by 4, that's only a 25% whoop your ass chance. And that's if the 4 were 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. If they're accrued together, the divisible multiple is something like 8%. He had an 8% chance of success, and I guarantee you Ethan Ralph gave at least 24% energy towards achieving that 8% goal.
His
3
energy?
times expended energy. Yeah, he went 3 times what a normal person would go to defend themselves.
Some people, there's also a theory that he like pissed off a hooker, so like she beat him up.
I wouldn't be surprised. He just might actually be Batman. I wonder if Bane got him. Oh, he looks so fucked up.
Yeah, here's
there.
the bag stuff again. Oh, this meme is one of the best I've ever seen.
2 sides of the E right. I could totally take 4 dudes at once. Pulp to shit. Nick Fuentes, same quote. I could totally take 4 dudes at once. Cat ears, getting railed. I don't know. I think that's cute. They could totally take 4 dudes at once. With optics.
With optics.
I am entertaining people tonight. Just sneaking on the phone to give you sweet boys 20 and a like.
Thank you,
Kiss,
Northern
kiss,
Perspective. I'm going to take a little
Thank you.
shoddy body for you. A little sippy. I'm sipping for all the dodos
Damn, dude.
tonight.
You got another one of those?
This is the only one.
Oh, damn. Can I have a swig of it? Just one swig?
So I'm drinking it. It's my bottle.
Oh, damn.
I feel bad, Ben, if I would have known. I brought you a bottle last time.
That's uncharitable.
I brought you a bottle last time, and you know what happened? You drank it off screen.
Yeah.
This isn't a big bottle either. It's only a personal bottle.
It's a giant bottle.
This is so tiny.
It's a giant bottle.
This is like when you whip this out in front of a girl, she's like, "Oh, cute."
You have the greatest stories.
It's true. I was me and Joe were looking online today about tiny celebrity penises. You ever seen Jude Law's penis?
No, dude.
Everybody says it's small. It's not that bad. I was getting defensive for all these beautiful millionaire actors. Could totally take 4 dudes at once. Baby's first bourbon, exactly. You got a nice bottle? Ooh, honest red with a nice bottle. I asked myself, Cormorangord. Portuguese Bane. Yeah, doesn't Portuguese Bane sound more brutal? It was the Portuguese Man of War. It was WWE wrestler.
Wrestler.
Portuguese Man of War. I can't remember. Aldo Montoya. That was his name.
You killed my father, prepare to die.
Aldo Montoya, the Portuguese Man of War. I wonder, was it Aldo Montoya? It sounds like Inigo Montoya, huh?
Yeah, that's Inigo
You think
Montoya.
they named him Aldo Montoya because
I have no idea what
big?
you're talking about. You're on so many tangents now.
I was talking
can't
about
follow.
90s WWE.
Oh, okay.
Just Incredible's early character was Aldo Montoya. He was billed as the Portuguese Man of War.
I discovered a new... Cool. I discovered a new Nick Fuentes simp that's insanely cringy. He's called the Anime Rightist.
Oh, I gotta know more about this.
Here's his intro. Catholicism, nationalism,
anime and fantasy. They all go hand in hand.
Jesus was basically an anime character.
I did want to add real quickly, just relating to persecution. This isn't so much.
See how he has his little Catholic altar with the cross and the candles. He's got the America First flag, and he has the waifu pillow.
Is this a troll?
No, it's not.
Kind of a tangent, but I do remember hearing a priest who once said, he said that he had heard other people say that they wanted to live in the woods, a cabin in the woods with their family. And they had, I think you might know, certain political pundits who have also said things of this sort, that you should just live in the woods with your family, be self-sufficient, escape reality, etc. Besides, Benjamin Owen has certainly said that, and there might be other people.
I think you mean Owen Benjamin, right? His
I don't
name's
know.
Owen
Is
Benjamin.
there another Benjamin Owen?
I don't think so. I think he literally got the guy's voice or his name backwards.
We better look up Benjamin Owen.
I think it's Owen Benjamin.
Well, we do know Owen Benjamin.
This guy is not a troll, by the way.
And then they told the priest, whoever this was, that God had told them to do this, to protect their family, to go into the woods. And the priest said, God didn't tell you to do this. The devil told you to do this. The devil, perhaps the devil told you to go out and escape into the woods. And that shocked me when I heard that.
Look up his channel, the Anime Rightist. He's got a bunch of videos. He's not a troll.
Because as a
Do
kid,
I know alt-right people who love anime? Yes, but they also love guns. And they're also like more manly men than this. It's just, do I think this guy could be real? Of course, yes. Do I know people like this in real life? Somewhat. Still rubs me the wrong way.
Escape, that sounds pretty nice, honestly. Owen Benjamin, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I did Google Benjamin Owen, and there was nothing.
I'm sure somewhere in the world there's someone named Benjamin Owen. But
Everything came up as Owen Benjamin.
He definitely got it wrong, though.
And then the priest says, no, the devil would be the one to tell you to do that. God would tell you to go out into the world, into the lion's den, for his name's sake, being ready to suffer persecution, being ready to be hated, because Christ was hated by the people around him. We too we have to expect to be hated. But Christ...
It's weird how, like, this kid, if he went to high school when I went to high school in the 90s, he would have been, like, in the chess club or, like, the fucking AV club or whatever. Or, you know, he'd be playing Dungeons and Dragons and shit, but now they just become white nationalists.
There's a lot of people in the chess club and Dungeons and Dragons and shit.
Not back then, there wasn't.
That aren't white nationalists.
Well, yeah, it was like the nerdy kids. It was the nerdy, like, incel-looking... Well, I like D&D, too.
This guy's only dressing like a nerd, though. He's not actually a nerd.
He seems very nerdy.
He gave us the Great Commission.
He's got too much of a...
He seems very nerdy. You're looking at nerdy as, like, the, like, new age, like... I go to Comic-Con shit.
This guy dresses like this.
And go to Marvel movies.
He dresses
That's not
the
what
part.
I mean.
He doesn't live the part.
What do you mean by live the part?
He's not really a nerd.
Define nerd, please.
Somebody who can't help but exist in the way they are. This guy chooses
That's a
this
fucking
life.
horrible definition.
Nerds are too busy caring about their passions to care about combing their hair like that.
Not too long ago,
This
he
guy's
said,
presenting.
go forth.
He wants to
into
look sophisticated because he's
Judea,
20 and he wants to talk to 40-year-olds like he knows something.
Teaching all that I have commanded.
He has a harem of waifu pillows. There's the one that like lives in his bed, and then there's the one up against
you, and baptizing in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. And lo, I am with you even unto the consummation of the world. Very inspiring, but also a strong call to action. Strong call to action that we must preach the gospel. Judea was like the city. Samaria was like the country, or the county region, probably was more accurate. And then all the ends of the world. We have to be prepared to preach the gospel. There's no running. Unfortunately, we cannot run from this obligation like Jonah did. He ended up in the belly of a whale. So we cannot just escape to the forest, unfortunately.
What a ridiculous story to believe.
They're going to come for us
to be
anyway.
Swallowed by a whale and make it back out and like live there for a certain amount of time too. It's fucking insane.
You might as well be prepared mentally and spiritually by going to mass, by reading your Bible, by assisting at a mass, by uniting yourself to the priest to fight the world.
By fucking your waifu pillow.
Why don't you stop watching anime, stop watching Nick Fuentes, and devote all of your life to doing that instead? Since you're telling everyone else to do it, why don't you set the example?
God doesn't want people to give 100% of their time to him.
I hope there's a black pope someday while Nick Fuentes is alive, because I'm going to laugh so hard when that happens. It's going to be great. There's enough people at a high enough position that are black in the Catholic Church that there could be a black pope someday. I would laugh. Oh, here's you're gonna like this one. Beardson versus Milo Yiannopoulos debating Pokemon cards.
Oh God, this sounds great.
So yes, I did have a haircut and various other things before I saw you, but really it was for you. I mean, I was trying to, very important to...
Milo looks totally different.
You should go back to the other screen when we have Beardson down in the corner.
Sure.
I want to see his face when he talks about Snorlax.
Do you think he's in favor of Pokemon cards?
Probably.
You think Milo's on the anti-Pokemon and Beardson's on the...
Are they debating... Like I didn't think they were debating anti versus pro Pokemon.
It says they debate Pokemon cards.
For some reason I thought they would both be pro Pokemon and debating like ice type versus leaf type or something.
I doubt Milo plays Pokemon.
To show up, to be presentable. So
yeah,
I'm really late because I was trying.
Yeah, I almost got a haircut today, but I didn't really think you were worth it, to be honest with you. So
That's fine.
So
we started already, have we? Okay, so Pokemon. All right.
Is Milo still trying to claim that he's not gay? Because he still is.
Since you want to get there already, here's my thesis, and you can tell me what you think. All right?
Okay.
All right. It seems to me that people in the America First movement and groypers and the general kind of whatever understand and are along for the ride with the argument that American system has been designed to make us all fat, dumb, dependent, stupid, right? We have a vast interlocking network of governmental and corporate entities, all of which are constantly militating to, fill us full of fat, salt, and sugar, to infantilize us, to emasculate us, to you crossed your arms already, like you're being defensive. We're saying, nice chat. Come on now, come on. It seems to me that one of the things that kind of gets overlooked or is unspoken or is not noticed when all these other things are noticed, like we know what Walmart does, we know what McDonald's is doing, whatever. This thing, which is sort of relatively unique in America, of grown men playing with children's toys, it seems to me it's like such an obvious capitulation.
I don't think that's an American-only thing. I think maybe it's more of a trend in the U.S. I mean, there's a way higher population here than in most countries.
There's probably a lot of countries where you don't.
I would say like European countries, it's probably a little more common because their culture is similar to ours because our country was founded by mostly European settlers.
Well, American culture is consumer culture. Like that's
sure.
That's what our culture is. Other cultures have like long history of stuff. We are a short existing country, and it's been an amalgamation of shit that has been taken over by advertising interest. Madison Avenue is our real culture.
To the what is obviously to me anyway,
and a lot of people in the chat are saying Japan too. Yeah. Adults playing with toys, I think has always been around. Not always, but definitely within the last like 60 years in Japan has been more acceptable. Adults watching animation,
and we know why. We know why it's acceptable in Japan.
When I was a kid, animation was for animated shows were just assumed they were for kids. That's why a lot of the early anime coming over from Japan, they played it as like kids cartoons during the day, like Voltron and shit like that.
And that's actually a defense towards the infantilization of males that Milo's talking about, because Japan has been able to give toys to their adults like they're doing because they're not allowed to assemble a legit military. So these men are not being forced into a military male role like they had been generations prior, and they have nothing else to do but play with toys and watch anime and hug waifu pillows. And that's what they're saying, that American men are being infantilized.
Yeah,
to play with toys.
What is it called? Otakus, the like young men that never grow up and are obsessed with anime and other weird shit like that.
Purposeful, strategic.
Legos are cool as hell.
Generations long effort to infantilize and emasculate American men. And there's a variety of like coping kind of things. Oh, it's collectible, it's worth money. Like, give me a break. Just if you want to make
you can. It doesn't have to be collectible. If you think it's fun, then whatever. If you think it's fun and it's just like a game or something,
you can go to stocks and make a lot more. It's obviously not about that. What's happened over the last couple of generations is American men have been seduced into finding fairy stories fun for their whole life.
Is that why you? So is he speaking from experience? Was he like, that's why I was gay? Well, he's saying only Americans did it, though. So,
you have generations of men who are lacking in male leadership and in role models, so they get seduced into Marvel children's stories. It is on its face absolutely ridiculous that a grown man who is married with children would go and see a Marvel movie. It's just stupid. It's as stupid as it sounds.
I mean, the movies are so mainstream, it doesn't even matter. Like, those are the movies that are out. Those are the action movies. Most of them that are putting out now, and Hollywood pumps so much money into them and gets the biggest stars to be in them. It's not even a weird thing. I mean, look at the box office numbers on it.
You can't say this and then look at the 90s when we had Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is the same exact thing.
Yeah,
it's even Shane Black, one of the big writers of Schwarzenegger's stuff and the
But
big
that was
action movies in the
okay,
'90s,
But
started
that
writing
was
into
okay
Marvel.
because it wasn't comic book stuff. That's what he's saying.
Well,
like
comic book stuff is the new wrapper for that package.
Right.
It's the same thing. And he wants to argue against it. And yeah, maybe people sitting at home eating popcorn and watching movies about badasses than going out and being badasses does infantilize a nation. Maybe.
It does sound really stupid. And so I did not know that clip of you was from some weak net enemy. I think we probably have just the same opinions about those people. So I wasn't reposting it with the level of malice that perhaps you thought I was. But I did post a little clip of you getting somewhat overexcited about a Charizard or whatever it is, shiny collecting card, because it struck me as emblematic of one of the ways in which corporate America is maliciously defanging the American male. And
it's funny how Milo's telling this guy how he's been demasculated because he plays Pokemon, but Milo is like...
Milo's far more masculine than Beardson.
You think so?
100%.
Well, the mannerisms of Milo are very
he's got gay effeminations, but he actually gets out and he fucking does things. Milo actually takes action. Beardson LARPs at home, opens his fucking shiny Pokemon.
Well, he goes out to rallies and calls women
like
fucking
purple haired girls sluts.
Fucking slut.
I wish he wasn't like this, because I heard that his wife left him because
Oh my God.
because she didn't agree with his cranky alt-right demeanor. And that sucks, right? Like, if only you were more of a man, you could have been the man that you needed to run your household, but you couldn't do that. And now you get excited over Charizard. That's cool. Milo Yiannopoulos is more of a man than Beardson.
It's definitely unmanly to be Nick Fuentes' sidekick, right?
I am 369 says masculinity to Billy is about action. Yes, I think that a lot of people consider not just anything, masculinity or anything. If you are at the height of something, it's because of the action you take to grasp things. There's definitely the height of femininity is through action as well. Milo takes things, makes things, leads people.
Someone said Beardson's wife left because she stepped on Legos one too many times.
Dude, get you a girl who will walk over
God.
a pile of Legos just to suck your boobs.
there are, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be joy in life, that there shouldn't be, excitement and childish wonder about things. Of course there should. But uniquely in America, grown men seem satisfied with children's toys. Like, you go to Germany, cab drivers listen to Mozart and Wagner. You go to Italy.
Okay.
And no, get into a cab in Berlin. They're listening to opera. They're not listening to popular music. They listen to opera, right? Go to Italy. People have opinions about Dutch old masters, right? Go to almost any European country, even one in as much of a state as England, and you will find working class people who...
They still play the Marvel movies and they still sell huge at the box office. They still have Comic-Cons out there and anime conventions and cosplay. They still have all that shit. Just because a cab driver listens to classical music doesn't mean shit.
Can I tell Milo Yiannopoulos something about cab driver optics? If they pick up somebody and they're playing something other than classical music, they might think that the cab driver is a fucking weirdo, and the classical music gives them a higher percentage of tip rate because more refined people with more money will enjoy that tune. It's cab driver optics.
Well, even if they actually like that shit, it doesn't mean anything. We can look at actual data and see that this shit's popular in Europe also. It's popular in Germany.
And there's tons of people in Europe who are fucking Beardson weirdo slag dorks too.
Slag.
Well, slag dorks.
A slag is like a whore.
Yeah.
Not have expensive educations, who nonetheless have intelligent, sophisticated opinions about real art that has lasting value, the kind of art that is the foundation of Western civilization. In America, those...
You can like both. You can like all that. You can like classical music, opera. You can like Rembrandt. Van Gogh, all that cool stuff. You can like both. They're not mutually exclusive. Or you could not care about either or both of them. Who cares? People like whatever they want.
Same, smart, otherwise well-adjusted.
He's not the arbiter of manliness. Like, you can say he's more manly than Beardson, but
100%,
he was
yeah.
slurping on penis forever.
So, it takes a real man to suck dick.
Young men like you don't have very much to say about stuff like that, but get get sort of like what I would consider to be slightly unnervingly excited about stuff that is the proper province of children. So that maybe fleshes out a bit more of why I made the throwaway remark that I did. And that's what I meant.
I mean, I get what you're saying to a certain extent. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and disagree with you that, like, there aren't, like, man-children, essentially, you know,
and
around
you are one of them, you tiny dork.
He's got some weird skinny arms.
That way. There's man-children in the world. Yeah, of course that there are. But this whole idea of, like, well, we can't allow anybody to enjoy any sort of, like, wholesomeness, because I mean, Pokemon isn't just a children's thing. It is this thing designed for everyone.
I'll tell you what,
it's designed for everyone.
I love Milo's face, right? That is hilarious. I never got into Pokemon because when it came out, I was like an older teenager, and it at the time when it came out was for kids. But then those kids who got into it when they were younger grew up and were still interested in it. So now it's adults are into it. I just never got into it because it was after my time.
Here's one for Vincent Van Goatsy. But yeah, I was playing Magic the Gathering cards when Pokemon came out, so I obviously wasn't going to downgrade to a children's game when I'm playing one of the most sophisticated, mathematically engaging...
They're very similar games. They're
Magic the Gathering
branded differently.
Magic the Gathering is far more sophisticated than Pokemon.
Well, of course you'd say that because you prefer that one over the other. I mean, you're so insanely biased towards yourself that...
Well, I actually know. Like, there's a difference between being biased and having knowledge. I actually have knowledge. Like, you can pull things out of your ass all day long, but the majority of what I say is built on experience, knowledge, and life choices. When I talk, it's not my fault that when I talk, people listen. So when I talk about me, I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about ideals. The group mentality would like to share. But that being said, Magic the Gathering is far more complicated than Pokemon. I started playing Pokemon with Pokemon Go. Saved my life. I'm not going to downplay Pokemon, but I'm not going to lie and say Pokemon's not a kid's game, not a kid's show, not a kid's thing. The same way I'm not going to say Mickey Mouse is not a kid's thing. Yeah, you can enjoy it at all levels, but Mickey Mouse doesn't exist because it's a high concept, deep art. It's a cartoon, and it appeals to everyone by design.
That's what it is designed for.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of my point, right? You're taking these children's entities, they're cartoons. They're cartoons. You're a grown man. Don't you have a wife and kids, or a wife at least? I mean, you're a grown man, and you're like, these are cartoons.
And so what? Animation is a very valid art form too. I mean,
animation is a very valid art. So what? Like, here's the thing: stop trying to play the man card, and then hide behind Pokemon's for everybody. No, it's a kid's game, and it's okay for you to like a fucking kid's game. It's manlier for you to accept that you find depth in a child's game or a child's story, and you can realize something that's inside of you that it appeals to, than to hide behind, no, it's for everybody.
Speaking of animated, Milo's face is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Milo, because Milo is an actual human being. And I'm not just defending Milo because him and I share roles in the hit movie Pharma Bro on Hulu this month, one of the top movies released to Hulu this month.
No one has Hulu.
Well, for one, people have Hulu. And yes, Milo and I share roles in the Pharma Bro documentary on Hulu. It's been out all month and it's getting rave reviews. I'm not just defending Milo because of that. I'm also defending Milo because he is a straight man like I am.
This is the other thing. Like, I mean, do you not think that, like, animation isn't something that, like, you look at like Chuck Jones, you look at some of the great like anime masters from like the 1970s and 1980s. The art's beautiful, it's gorgeous. These are the kinds of things that we should be celebrating.
It's
great
gorgeous.
artistic value and
we
narrative.
should celebrate great artistic value. No, stop hyping up that you're celebrating cartoons. They're fine. I go and I watch animes, and you know what? I cried at fucking some anime I watched a couple weeks ago. It was about an animated pile of trash, and it made me cry. I was like, fuck, I cried a little. But it's okay to like things that aren't classical music. Okay? What it's not okay is to pretend you're a fucking man and not man up when you're called out on liking things that aren't necessarily beneficial to advancing as a man. Cartoons don't really advance you as an adult. They soothe you and they connect you to a past that maybe you yearn for, that you want to return to, but you know you can't because you had to grow up. You had to grow into the world, and the world just doesn't work like it does when you're a kid. I don't know why it doesn't. It would be great if we had a society that rewarded actual wonderment and brilliance and just existing rather than having to meet a certain goal every week, or else you can't come back to work on Saturday. By the way, I'm taking sips. Every dono, I'm sipping, I'm swigging, I'm chugging.
He's sipping and he's simping.
It's true. I'm a big boy now.
But like for some reason, because this is like ascribed to be a children's thing. I mean, so what? Like, so we're not allowed to watch like any sort of. We have to watch R-rated movies. And,
no, we don't have to watch R-rated movies. You have to not get defensive when he says you're enjoying a children's thing and say, no, it's for everybody. That's where your manliness is in question, Beardson. You immediately got defensive, and now within just a couple moments of your piss baby cry take, you're now saying, what? Everything has to be rated R? No. You just have to not get bitch made defensive. You're weak, dude.
Piss baby cried.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're calling you out on. You're a piss baby. Milo is saying some things that I think, you know, if I was talking to Milo, I'd be like, why can't I? He'd be like, well, I guess you can. I was like, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong if I enjoy kids' cartoons? Then he'd have to go and tell me what was wrong with it. But no, he's not doing that because you're doing the work for him. You're being a piss baby.
Call of Duty now. Is that the?
No,
is that what we have to do?
I'm not saying it should be all about drugs and sex. And I want to point out that I'm not ignorant to the artistic value of some vaping. Oh, we'll get to that in a minute. I'm not ignorant to the artistic value of some of this stuff.
It sounds like he's saying autistic value. I know he's saying artistic.
I'm a great lover.
It's hard to separate art from the autist.
The anime series that became a 6-part movie in the 1970s. Yeah, they chopped it up to make Shogun Assassin the first 2 parts of it. I love that. I love Kurosawa.
Really quick, Dwight Langston says Billy has toxic masculinity. Do you want some real toxic masculinity right now, Dwight Langston? Because I'm not going to finish the second part of your comment. Toxic masculinity is only a problem to cunts. Because everybody wants that toxic fucking man around them when shit hits the fan. They love that masculine energy. They do.
And a lot of like Japanese cinema.
But yeah, that toxic masculinity is the best kind of masculinity. It's the masculinity everybody strives for.
Everybody, please like the stream and make sure you're subscribed, please. Be toxically masculine and hit the like button.
The problem is toxic masculinity is only a problem when it's wielded by these mealy-mouthed piss babies.
Piss babies?
If it's in the hands of a real fucking masculine master, I swear to God, your panties just melt away. Even if you're not wearing panties, even if you're a dude,
you will yield your clothing at the sight of our American dollars.
Have you seen the way a bromance starts? Like, masculinity is adored by masculine men, too. The problem is there's these fake it till you make it motherfuckers who lack masculinity or who lack manlyhood. And they try to use masculinity and it becomes misuse of masculinity. There's no masculinity that is toxic. There's just people who are piss poor at using it.
Piss babies.
There's the manosphere out there. And the idea that you have to play by, you're not playing by women's rules. It's the manosphere. We know the rules where men can succeed. Motherfucker, if you were a good enough man, you would own the game with these women rules that you're trying not to play by. But you're not good enough. You need the manosphere to hold your little bitch baby pants up. And you can't even do it well then. Because it's a house of cards, a little glass building, and someone throws one rock into it, boom, you're Jack Murphy. And all your butt plug videos are all over the internet because you wolfed in the face of Sydney Watson. She's a softball interviewer. She pitches softballs, and Jack Murphy couldn't hit a fucking softball because you're not a man.
We probably have in common that I really like. I just think it's when that is at the exclusion of other things. I have the entire Battle Royale original manga, obviously in English, but I'm not blind to the appeal of some of this stuff. I very much enjoyed the Sandman, the Neil Gaiman, the whole
Neil Gaiman
series, which I have.
He's been a kneeling gay man before, right?
Yeah,
in entirety. I get it. Some of this is good stuff. My worry is that for a lot of modern American men, it's pretty much all they have. You ask them to express an opinion about Rembrandt or Beethoven, and they're fucking lost. And that's a problem. That's a really big problem, because while you can say...
How many fresh opinions are there on Rembrandt and Beethoven, though, right?
It's been around a while, and some people just aren't interested in it. You can't force interest, usually.
Even if like you are interested in it, how many of these motherfuckers that are interested in Rembrandt and Beethoven are having any sort of nuanced, fresh takes on something that's hundreds of years old? It's pretty much defined. Yeah, this shit is awesome. It is beautiful. It is the top of its class. Now we're in an era where shit gets churned out like crazy, and our minds are set differently. That's we're not going to have another Beethoven and a Rembrandt, no. and if we did, it's not going to be sold to us the way all this other shit is. We're stuck in a consumerist loop.
You could have someone that could paint like Rembrandt, probably.
Take this other shot. Thank you.
They're not Rembrandt.
Keep me drinking, guys.
Rembrandt was the innovator, the original.
Was it F is for Fake, the Orson Welles movie?
I've never seen it.
Oh, it's
I'm
great.
Not familiar with
it's
it.
Great. There's a guy who is he's able to fake paintings really well. Really great movie.
The French.
Really great movie.
Recognized everywhere for their excellence.
Billy's bringing MGTOW back into fashion. I would love to take over MGTOW and actually give these guys their own fucking bootstraps.
Big Towel.
Big Towel, dude.
Big Towel. The Big Towel movement.
Billy gays going their own way.
It's possible to see beauty and some degree of complexity and some of the human condition in these, let's say, lower art forms. To my mind, they are in place to keep you from the better stuff, because the better stuff all leads inexorably to the transcendent.
No, it's because you can't recycle the big stuff over and over again without changing it, and sometimes that leads to beauty and simplicity.
Well, the majority of all superhero films are like allegories for Gnosticism, and we tell the same stories over and over again. Superman is Jesus in a cape. I think we don't have really new stories in any of this.
Like, well, you could compare like the classical music he's talking about, like Beethoven and Mozart. You can compare that to popular music today. It's way more simplistic, but there is like beauty in simplicity, and just how it appeals to you. It doesn't have to be something crazy, technical, and amazing to be beautiful in its own way.
Did he just say that these old works, these grand works, lead to transcendence? Is that? Can we go back 5 seconds?
Forms. To my mind, they are in place to keep you from the better stuff, because the better stuff all leads inexorably to the transcendentals, to truth, beauty, and goodness, and ultimately to Christ, to the Catholic Church, to God, right? The higher art forms, which are all rooted.
So that's why. So they're using Pokemon and Marvel movies to keep us not so focused on the fine arts like Rembrandt and Beethoven, because that's what ultimately guides you to the Catholic Church.
He's saying the fine arts leads you to God, right?
To the Catholic Church specifically.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
I watched a damn Christian movie, that Redeeming Love movie, and that was not fine art. But boy, was it fun.
I'm pretty sure Milo would have been better off had he not crossed paths with the Catholic Church, especially as a kid.
Maybe. Milo seemed to be looking for
Oh, he changed his tune.
Something, right?
Well,
in the Roman Catholic tradition,
everybody's
so
looking
as to
for
keep it
something
accessible for everybody, all rooted in Western Christianity. Okay, all these great art forms rooted in Western Christianity.
There are multiple Catholic churches in every major city. You can go to one easily.
All of them, on some level, are pointing
like it.
at that ineffable, eternal set of truths.
Usually the religion is inherited through your family traditions, or you become a neo-Nazi. Like, that's usually what's going on.
This kind of shit, while it's fine for in the way that watching a TV soap might be okay, while it's fine in the way that flipping through a celebrity magazine might be okay, it can't be all there is. And I think very often it is all there is for a lot of American men. And you have been robbed. And in many cases, you have no idea even how much you've been stolen, how much has been
I want to hear
taken from you.
Beardson's response to this.
When I talk to people in the America First movement, and as you probably know by now, I have very good relationships with people behind the scenes that for a variety of reasons we don't feel like we need to advertise. But also just when I kind of just interact with people generally, there's a particular kind of millennial Gen Z thing in America where you don't even know what you don't know, and it's heartbreaking. And that is the context in which I posted that little clip. So
if it's only that European art that and music that Milo is talking about that leads to the Catholic Church, why is it that when you go to the Vatican there's art from all over the world in it? Like, you'd think they'd only play Mozart and display Rembrandts everywhere, but there's.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's just Mozart and Rembrandt, right?
Well,
like the art
I'm
from
being
all over the world.
hyperbolic.
Yeah, and it's and
why isn't it just like European classical fine artists and European composers? And
he's
that
not
kind
saying that only that is the good stuff. He's saying that this Marvel stuff is complete shit, and it's a distraction to keep you from finding the good stuff.
Right. And that stuff is what leads you to the Catholic Church.
And he's saying that it's fine even to like this shit, but not at the sacrifice of knowing what is out there that's better. If this is all you know, if your be-all, end-all is flogging Spider-Man's dong for 2.5 hours every 2 or 3 years, or every few months, if you put Iron Man's dong and Black Panther's dong and the Scarlet Witch's dong and all the Captain Marvel's dong, you put all these other dongs into it, and you're just taking a big McGangbang from superhero Marvel cult, Batman dong, Wonder Woman dong. You're taking all this dong. Then you're missing out on the finer things in life, is what Milo's suggesting.
Really with any personal malice to you at all, because I didn't even know who you were at that time. And since
I don't think that's true, by the way.
Since I've been,
tell us why, Beardson.
The only time
I
I've
don't think
heard
that's true, by the way. Tell us why.
Was I was talking to somebody who, I don't want to break confidence by text, but I was talking to somebody about Patrick Casey leaving the movement, and they said, imagine how
sounds like the pretentious assholes I met at college. Let people enjoy what they want to enjoy. I wonder how he feels about Eastern or Islamic art. He probably won't say the same shit he states about Western Christian art.
I bet he would. I bet he wouldn't have as high of an opinion of it. He's obviously biased, but I bet he would compare like the real classic stuff to a higher level than Marvel. But it would be interesting to see. I for one, love Marvel, but I'm not going to pretend like it's not a cinematic escape. You know, it's not. it's good storytelling. I believe it's good storytelling. I believe that it's impressive. That Scorsese called it a theme park ride, a roller coaster ride. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Those things are fun. I think that it's more than that, though. I do think there's some decent cinema and storytelling in these things, but I'm not going to lie to myself and make it my complete livelihood. There's more out there than Marvel, and you should go out there and find the more so you can see when Marvel references the more, right? Everybody loves the Marvel references, like, oh, this is referencing the 1998 comic book with Venom and it's crossover. They love all the references when it's in universe, but there's so many references in these films to the art that Milo's talking about. And people aren't getting that because they don't understand it exists.
Well, actually, you're not going to find it very complimentary, but you were credited with chasing or encouraging Patrick Casey to leave.
Yeah, I killed his career. Yeah.
I killed his career. I killed his career.
I thought it was very creditable. The more I find out about you, the more I like you. So I wanted you to know it was no statement of like personal malice, and I didn't know that video came from a wig net, whatever. It just pops up in my chat. There's like 5,000 people in my chat. I don't know where they get their shit from, but I hope you understand a bit better now where I was coming from. And I think that those, cartoons, children's things, when they are made for adults, they are the most poisonous and pernicious of all. When they're made for adults, that's when, the bad guys have got their hands in them and on them and are trying to keep you from other better stuff. And I think it's working, and I think it's a shame. And you, for instance, are somebody who is clearly intelligent enough to appreciate and enjoy and have things to say about much more complex, beautiful, and important art. This isn't it.
Can he love opening a stupid fucking shiny Charizard? He can.
No.
He can. I like that you're calling him on it, though. I like that you're questioning him, and he's not giving the proper responses. He's not standing on his own two and saying, that shit's fun. That reminds me of when I was a kid.
He hasn't said anything yet, really. I'm wondering if eventually he'll get to say anything.
So when you see
needs to say something. By the way, we're over 50% of the way to the goal, and I am still about, I don't know, 1/3 of the way through this bottle. We got a lot to go, guys. We got a lot to go. Let me drink every donut. I'm taking a swig, sip, or a fucking chug.
I don't think it's unreasonable to have a reaction to that.
I do. I absolutely think that it is unreasonable to have a reaction to that. This whole idea of like Pokemon is somehow gatekeeping good art is ridiculous. You want to know my personal journey with discovering, quote unquote great art was I started watching stuff like Pokemon. That led me into watching stuff like Dragon Ball Z, which led me into just like looking at more stuff on like the anime network like Neon Genesis Evangelion. The director of that turned me on to great movies such as The Third Man, Akira Kurosawa, and things like that. This whole idea that
if it took you 14 kids fucking animes to get to Kurosawa, then you are you're describing his problem. The distance between you and quality took 4 fucking animes to get you to Kurosawa. Kurosawa should have been right there in front of you from the beginning. That's the problem. The Pokemon and Goku and Televangelons is not what got you to Kurosawa. It's what kept you from it this entire fucking time, you dork. Point 1 for Milo. Christ.
Pokemon as gatekeeping men or whatever is redundant. Of course, it's happening.
Are we going to get to the great art in your list in a minute?
Yeah, Akira Kurosawa, David Lynch. I mean, it's not Mozart. I'm sorry, but
he said David Lynch, and Milo doesn't like that either.
Cheers, Fix Soul. Milo doesn't like David Lynch. Interesting. He said transcendental. Earlier, he quoted transcendental. He wouldn't like the transcendental meditation David Lynch pushes.
Mozart's fucking boring. Okay, it is.
Mozart's fucking boring. Okay. Here's the thing. Mozart is not engaging to your ADHD receptors, maybe, but you should force yourself to listen to Mozart so you can break away from the patterns that have been stripped. But Mozart is not boring. Your mind is broken to it, and that tells me you need some healing.
The fucking Mozart. I'm sorry,
Bryant Field. You gave a super chat and said, "Take a drink, Billy." I'm drinking for the goals, but because I didn't warn you, I'll take a little sip. For the super
chats
chat.
do not count towards the goal.
Use the Streamlab link in the description so that we can get this goal hit.
It's boring.
That's for you,
it's
Brian.
dated. I'm sorry, it's true. Yeah, it's dated.
It's dated.
This is what I mean. Like, you guys don't know what you don't know. You don't know what's been taken from you, and it's heartbreaking. It's
Milo's honest here. You don't know what's been taken from you. If you don't understand Beethoven, Mozart, Bach, and all that good shit, you probably don't understand the value in stuff from classic rock days. Maybe you do, but that's even more close to what we're dealing with now.
That was way more recent.
We had pop. We had pop existing at that time.
Pop music changes, and like pop music today is more hip hop influenced.
Yeah.
Where like the pop music when we were like kids in the 80s and 90s, it was rock influenced.
Well, pop is more electronic influence now. The 90s and 2000s influence was hip hop. And even that's like an older generation of influence. But popular music exists because of, again, the consumer nation.
Remember back in the day, like in the 90s, if you went to Best Buy to buy CDs, the pop rock section was one section. Pop and rock in one section. It was weird.
Billy will just pretend to like Mozart. I mean, it's...
I mean, like, I appreciate it. I don't sit around and listen to it in my spare time usually. But, like, sometimes I'll be scanning through radio stations in the car and classical music will come on. I'll leave it on. I don't go out of my way usually to listen to it.
I always just put on a Spotify station and then listen to it for months. Like, I listened to Rolling Stones probably through half of 2021. And I just had it on there over and over and over again. I'll do classical runs. I'll do runs with gorillas. I'll do runs with a lot of different stuff all the time. I don't change it up too much. I just let it go.
It sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, maybe you get around, but and this is the other thing too. Is like what I think you don't understand is like you're all about this high society. I'm not interested in high society. I'm not interested.
I'm not all about high society.
You literally just got a facial.
Look, I am nearly 40. I have money and time on my hands, and I like to look good, okay? There's nothing about high society. There's nothing that classical music and facials have in common. People who get facials don't listen to classical music.
I'm sure. I'm sure there's no Venn diagram.
Okay, maybe like the super rich, there's some kind of whatever. Okay, fine. But I'm not, what I'm saying is I am not exclusively high art, as I hope that I demonstrated a moment ago. I'm able to appreciate and enjoy and share my thoughts about and see the validity and the value in things from all across the spectrum. I watch more trash TV than anybody you know.
So that's a great thing. So how is that less damaging than me opening up a Pokemon card?
Because you can drink more alcohol than an alcoholic, as long as you understand that intaking the alcohol is not the only thing you're intaking. You're balancing it with other things, and you can still drink more than an alcoholic and not be alcoholic because you have a good balance. You're just taking in more along every level. An alcoholic will put all the alcohol in their system, and they'll do it to a point where they're sickened to the rest of everything else, and they're gonna poison themselves and skip meals because they need to drink. Like there's healthy ways to take in unhealthy shit on all levels.
Like you watching trash TV.
Because I also do other things as well.
So do I. I mean, so what's your point?
Okay, but we got to high art, and all you were able to come up with is two medium to good movie directors.
Well,
you
David
said you were
Lynch,
about to,
Stanley Kubrick, Akira Kurosawa. I mean, these are the most acclaimed film directors on the planet. What are you talking about?
Cinema is not really where we're aiming for, you know. You said you were going to sort of show me the trajectory from Pokemon to high art, and all we got to was cinema. There are like 5 art forms beyond that ought to be a preoccupation of a well-rounded and well-educated gentleman.
Well, like marble statues and paintings, is that what we have to do? We have to go to
marble statues and paintings. Well, let's go. Let's talk about them. Beardson.
You really don't care about going to museums. You don't care about any of that stuff.
It's fine. It's not my main interest, though. I'm a guy that lives here in Kentucky. What fine art museum am I going to go to? We have a quilt museum. I'm going to go look at some quilts.
No, definitely not. But that doesn't mean you never go. I mean, you're capable of getting on a plane. You're capable of taking a drive. I mean, just because
you're capable of studying it.
I don't know. Is he capable of getting on a plane?
You're capable of studying it. You can go to a website and you can look at the stuff and you could really see. You could read people's opinions on it and you could formulate whether or not it's something that appeals to you. But you should at least give yourself the crash course.
Be available in your environs. What do you just accept whatever corporate America shoves down your throat?
No, absolutely not. But I have absolutely no interest.
I have no. Milo's gay conversion therapy has really worked wonders.
Yeah.
Cheers, Daniel. Alligatora Colda says it was Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes that introduced me to some of my favorite classic songs. Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 by Hans Liszt. Yeah, there's many different ways to get introduced to high art that isn't high art.
Yeah.
The problem is that we're not. All this stuff exists in like public domain, so there's not a great reason to sell it to us. And our attention right now is on sale across the board everywhere. And so
now more than ever.
Yeah.
Because there's so many different things to keep our attention.
Not just to keep it. There's so many different things to steal our attention from us, to know our habits, feed into our habits, and guide our habits toward what they're trying to bring our attention to. With these little fucking mirrors in our pocket, these things follow everything we do. They decide what we're going to do, and they advertise towards us to push us in that direction where we're most likely to go, who our attention can be sold to the quickest and easiest.
And we carry it willingly.
Goddamn straight, because just like the fucking the alcohol to a non-alcoholic, it has benefit.
Now it's also my vaccination proof. Like I use that. It's my wallet in many ways. It's so much more than just a phone.
It's everything you'd ever need to know.
But I like turning it off and leaving it somewhere where it's
I never have my ringer on. I never have vibrate on.
Well, I mean turning it off so I'm not using it for like at least a few hours at a time.
Yeah.
It's kind of freeing for a little while.
This thing should be serving you. You should not be serving it.
Yeah.
Marble sculptures. And honestly, I think cinema is the highest form of art.
Lowbrow Jester says, Billy, no one puts the phone in their hand. No one forces them to sit in the chair and surf YouTube. To not have access to this in your hand, to not have this in your pocket, puts you at a great disadvantage to the rest of the world. Now, if you can't handle this in a responsible way, of course, you're going to sit there and sit in a chair and stare at it all day fucking long. But this is designed to make you do that. It's designed to steal your attention. If you don't understand the way it's designed to steal from you, it will steal from you. You have to understand that and then use it the way it needs to be used to benefit you, where you are not a creature of habit to it, but it is there to enhance you. This makes us all androids. We're all supercomputers. We're all something more than we could be without it. But this also will suck us up and eat us and our entire day away if we allow it to. It's a fucking tool. It's fire. It can cook. It can light. It can illuminate. It can burn. It can destroy. It's all here in our fucking hand.
It is a culmination of all sorts of different mediums, whether it be music, whether it be framing, whether it be visuals, all of that.
It's a
storytelling. It is the culmination of all art forms.
It's a very two-dimensional flattening of music, stage drama, of opera, of earlier art forms that have much more to say about who we are and why we're here. Look, I'm not discounting cinema entirely, but that can't be the end point of your journey to discover. Look, when we talk about the four transcendentals, right, these are the things that bring people to God, that point to God in the world. They're the eternals that all of our souls cry out for, right?
All of our souls cry out for. So this is where you're losing me, Milo.
Oh yeah,
this is where you're losing me.
Yeah,
truth, goodness, and some people, and depending on your theological background, sort of unity, whatever, nobody really kind of has. I mean, no offense, but
See, to Milo, the way Milo sees Beardson and his blockade to the finer arts, the way he sees this wall that Beardson can't get past, I see this fucking religious wall as the same damn thing that Milo can't get past. So this is just like another wall that Milo is now valuing the way Beardson values his fucking Evangelion.
Right, and he doesn't even his reasoning for enjoying these things that he puts so much stock in is that it brings you to religion. That's the end game for him. It's not that he enjoys it or that it's important.
August
to appreciate
SAH in the pleb chat says, "You guys want to see my Iron Man toys?" I mean,
no.
Are your Iron Man toys marvelous? Are they rare? I would love to see your Iron Man toys if they're not like every other fucking Iron Man toy I've seen. That's the beauty of this sort of thing. Like I watched the Boba Fett documentary on Disney Plus, and this guy has a house full of fucking Boba Fett toys, and there were some that were very rare and interesting, and they told a
Yeah,
story.
the one that actually shot the missile out of the
They
back.
become artifacts. If you have some Iron Man toy artifacts, fuck yeah, I want to see it.
You know,
If you just have something that's Iron Man that you sit on your desk because you love Iron Man, that's for you, and I'm happy you have it. I love that you have it, but I don't want to see it. Everybody has that.
You can't
shit.
find enough of them, or at least this is what I'm saying. You don't know what you don't know, right? If you are satisfied by cinema, it's like you have only been exposed to 10 or 15% of what art can do for your soul, quite aside from the religious dimensions of this. And that's what I was talking about earlier when I said that's what makes me sad, and that's what I find heartbreaking. It's American people don't seem to know that you're getting 15% of what's out there because they're keeping the rest from you by keeping you distracted with what is easy, what is available, what is cheap, and what is addictive.
Not what's easy, what is available, what is cheap, and what is addictive. They're feeding to you what they will make the most money off of. They're vying for your attention.
Yeah, and being addictive is part of that, but there's a reason why they want you addicted. They don't want it just because it is addictive.
And the reason it's cheap is part of that too. It's all part of capitalism. It's all part of turning that buck. Like they're making these films that are what $400 billion or $400 million to make a film, and that sounds like a ton of money. But when they
make it back like 5 times as much as they put into it, right?
Most of these Marvel movies make over $1 billion, and they're $200 to $400 million a piece.
Yeah, so it's multiple times what it cost them to make it. They make it back.
Yeah, so it's just because it's cheap doesn't mean it's not valuable, right? Like if a Marvel movie is a great roller coaster ride. There's a lot. If Milo can't sit down and watch some of the best comic book movies and find some sort of value in them, then whatever. I feel like there's some fault there in Milo.
I'm sure Mozart would like Pokemon cards too.
Was it Mozart that was the weird scatophiliac that loved poop
I have
and
no
stuff?
idea. There was a movie the movie Amadeus, which I believe won Best Picture one year. I don't remember there being any poop in it.
One of those guys made a song about
you're doing
eating ass.
There's no lyrics to Mozart. I don't believe.
The Burger King version of hobbies of art, of artistic, whatever.
According to you.
Someone said Dali, like Salvador Dali.
Dali.
He was a painter.
Yes, that's of course.
According to you.
Yeah, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart wrote "Leck mich am Arsch," which loosely translates to "lick me in the ass."
According to, I don't know, 90% of everyone else on the planet. I mean, that's the thing. If these things were so good and so everlasting, then people would still be enjoying and revering them in the same way that they were. And that's just obviously not true. You can sit there and blame that on the fact that, everyone's just a mindless sheep and that we're all just stupid. Which, I mean, I think there is some sort of case to be made for that. But at the end of the day, they're just not engaging anymore. That's the problem. I'm sorry, looking at marble statues and paintings and stuff is great for some people. But the fact of the matter is, more people enjoy film, more people enjoy music.
More people enjoy film because film is tailored to your short attention span. When you look at a marble statue, all right, you don't just look at the statue and judge the statue. You look at the statue and you think about the centuries that has existed through time. You think of the work that was put into it by the person who put into it, and their entire body of work, and appreciating that body of work holding up this entire time. Is the way that we appreciate something like that is not the shallow value that we appreciate a film or we appreciate an Iron Man action figure.
I feel like now that, like, within the last 10 years, slowly episodic series, which we would have called TV, but it's not on TV really anymore, has kind of surpassed film in some ways because they're shorter and there's more of them, and every episode ends on a cliffhanger and picks back up in the next episode.
But they're also designed,
and they have the budget, like they have a budget to where they're almost like a
yeah, they're
picture.
like a film, but the entire existence of it is to keep our attention, right? The way they're designed and the way they can pick up week after week after
How
week,
every
episode after
Breaking
episode
Bad episode ended with like
on a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
But that's a folly of this attention war that we're in.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. So it's like a long movie, but it's still in its creation.
It's a weird long segmented movie in short bursts where you can binge like 3 episodes and then stop,
Yeah.
But you watch longer normally because it's structured that way.
Yeah, you definitely watch longer, and there's some good stuff there. But even by design, it's like a movie. You sit down, you watch a movie, and usually an hour and a half, 2-3 hours later, you walk out of it, and it's complete. And it's like reading a book. It's like sucking in an entire body of work.
Someone mentioned The Walking Dead. Yes, Game of Thrones was like that. There were so many. Dexter was like that. And the way that because like the way TV was, before those kind of series first came out, it was so much lower budget, and they would just kind of throw things together. And there was a lot of like multi-camera sitcoms and shit.
Well,
things all really changed.
They all existed to fill advertising seasons, right?
And now it's not about selling commercials; it's about selling subscriptions to streaming services. Yeah,
but
it's a different objective.
Even back then, we had something beautiful with like the Twilight Zone. And the Twilight Zone was episodic, but each episode was within its own constraint. The theme
was multi-part. Yeah.
The theme was what kept people coming back. But you could have a small, short film, and you got a lot of the early great film writers chip their teeth on TV through things like the Twilight Zone, and
there was other shows that were like Tales from the Crypt was the same format as Twilight Zone,
and there was the other one that
the
was
Outer Limits.
Outer Limits, yeah, I could not remember.
And then
Amazing Stories came out later that we watched.
We watched a few of those.
Watched some of those together.
Isn't Black Mirror like that too?
Black Mirror 100% is like that.
I've watched a couple of that where it's like 2 or 3 stories in one episode.
And we're seeing young filmmakers get this budget to make small movies, and people actually see them, and it's launching careers.
Yeah.
And that's something you couldn't get in a normal TV series, because you were having to have 26 episodes so that when you had, was it 2 seasons? That you could, was it 4 seasons? It would go into syndication, and they'd be able to run 2 episodes back to back for a year without overlapping. That was the goal, was to be able to run in syndication. So they would do 26 a season.
This is a really long video, but it's kind of interesting so far to hear how they go back and forth. We'll see when this
because they're more engaging.
No, it's not because they're more engaging. It's because they're more readily available, they're cheaper, and they're more addictive. That is why people enjoy them more.
No.
Things are not popular because they are better. They are popular because they are more readily available, they are cheaper, and they are more addictive. That is why things become popular. That's why people like McDonald's instead of Michelin star cooking. There's nobody on the planet, irrespective of their palate, who could not appreciate a meal at Guy Savoy in Paris. I used to fly every year to go back to Guy Savoy at Christmas to have a meal there, because for me, it's like one of the best restaurants in the world, okay? Before COVID, I used to fly to Paris every year to have a meal at Christmas.
Well, I mean, flying to Paris, you gotta pay for the flight, and the further away you live, the more expensive that's going to be. And then a hotel in Paris is not cheap either.
Well, yeah, but money should be no option. in the
and there's a big
at the pinnacle of existence in humanity. Money should be a side effect, right? The problem is it's not. We're stuck in a rat trap system, and people can't afford to fly to Paris to have a meal.
Have a meal. Yeah.
Milo is saying you should. This should be what you strive to be as a human being. He's saying you should live to be better than the status quo. But because of things like Marvel, and because of things like Disneyland, and because of things that are consumer-based attractions or traps, you're not seeing the finer things in life. And you know what? That's sad, but that's fine. Some people just aren't going to go to Paris and have that meal. And some people are going to go to Paris, have that meal, and live the rest of their life remembering that one fucking meal. And I think that's more sad than never having it.
And some people go to Portugal and get the shit kicked out of them.
Like you said,
Gotta live that life.
There's nobody on the planet who would choose McDonald's over that.
I absolutely
without even. But you haven't been, so you don't know.
I mean, if I had the choice, I'd choose the better food. There are some people that might, just because maybe they're picky eaters or something. But
there are tons of people who choose.
Some people don't have the choice. They don't get to choose.
There are tons of people that choose what's worse for them than what's best for them. All the time. And a lot of it is because of society's pressure. Take Catholicism for instance.
I don't care to.
And all the people who choose to be Catholics and live with guilt and shame when they could not have guilt and shame by not being a fucking Catholic and having these stupid fucking rules put over you.
What you like because it has been presented to you by corporate America, because it is readily available, cheap, and addictive. That's why you like the stuff you like. And from the sound of it, it goes for more than just your entertainment. From the sound of it, it goes for food too. And you've said, I live in Kentucky and there's no museums here. Well, that's on you, bro. I mean, okay, fine. You got born in Kentucky, so go visit some places that expand your horizons beyond Kentucky. I mean, Kentucky.
Or find the history and the beauty in Kentucky, because whether or not you understand this, there's a huge culture in Kentucky that you could be experiencing that will turn you on to true beauty and history in Kentucky. But instead you want to watch stuff shipped over from Japan in the form of a fucking Pikachu and say you're going to eat McDonald's over a Parisian Michelin star meal. That's just stupid. And it's okay to like McDonald's and not want to go to Paris. It's okay to like that. But to hold on to your McDonald's over a Michelin star Parisian meal to stand your grounds? You're a fucking idiot.
You owned us.
People, but there's nothing there. If you want to experience something of the world, you have to travel. I'm not suggesting you're going to
fuck the idea that to experience something from the world you have to travel. No, you can experience shit in your own neighborhood. I promise, every single one of you, with a small search, a small Google search, can find something beautiful and amazing within a 20-mile drive from your house right now that you didn't know existed, but you've never bothered to look up from the path you've been taking every day. I challenge every single fucking one of you watching right now to go online, look for something in your area that fits along with the lines of your dreams, your passions, your hopes, your wants. If you have anything that you want, like if you want to go to Paris, if you want to visit the museum, if you want to eat a fucking a 5-course Michelin star meal, if these are things you want. Start at home and just look at what's around you and be surprised what you'll find when you start to even look in your own backyard. It's crazy. We've decided to stop adventuring. And that's a problem. I want you guys to adventure this week. This is your fucking homework, Drunken Peasants. Adventure. Find some shit in your area that you just do a Google search. Start looking. See where you go. Go there and tell me if it was good or not. Tell me if you loved it. And if you didn't, say, fuck you, Billy. And if you did, say, God damn it, Billy. I got a new favorite place I didn't even know about. But I fucking dare you to do this shit. After you donate money for me to take a drink, because I want some more alcohol, guys.
This is exactly you're demonstrating exactly what I'm saying here. You are consuming from the range of available options that has been presented to you by corporate America. And that I find not just beneath your intellect, because you're obviously smart, but also, lacking in courage, lacking in ambition, lacking in,
You're
horizons,
obviously
lacking in
smart. Why is he obviously smart?
He's
'Cause
pandering to him.
because he believes in certain things you believe in and coincide with. Is that why he's obviously
Politically,
smart?
yes. It's the political
You're
similarities.
obviously smart because you've been duped by the same things I've been duped by.
I think that if you were to really consider carefully, if you were really to mull it over, you might imagine, well, you know what? I mean, I wasn't going to say on the stream, but maybe I would like to understand. But I mean, there's a reason why.
That's the thing, and that's the thing, is you're ascribing all of this to me.
I appreciate your stubbornness, but
it's not stubbornness. I have no interest in any of these things. You act like I'm just some naive cow.
Never.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just naive. That's what it is. I just don't know. You can say that all you want. You act like I'm not aware of these things.
Fun.
You act
I'm not
like
making...
Yes, you are. I mean, you're
yes,
making.
You are. Yes, you are.
Stop picking on me.
You're picking on me, Milo Yamalopoulos.
Backhanded comments. I mean, that's
no,
what you're doing.
I'm not making fun of you.
You don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, I'm not making
you
fun
act
of
as if
you.
I'm just ignorant and naive, and then I'm not aware of these things.
No.
I've never been exposed to any of these things before.
I'm saying you're keeping
they don't
yourself.
interest me.
I'm saying
Here's the thing, Beardson. If you weren't stupid and naive, you would have not brought up David Lynch and Kurosawa from your fucking small lineage of 4 animes that brought you to Kurosawa. You wouldn't have brought that up because you would have realized how dumb it made you look from Milo's side of fucking the argument. David Lynch, one of the greatest directors, Kurosawa, one of the greatest directors, yes, you know this. But this is within your limited wheelhouse of motion entertainment, which you seem to be suckling the teeth of.
Did you know Kyle MacLachlan from Twin Peaks is playing Carol Baskin's second husband in the Tiger King drama series?
Oh, really?
Yes.
The second husband?
Yeah, I think he's playing the second husband. Pretty sure.
Huh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Saying that you
maybe it is the first husband. I think it's the second one, though.
He might be the second
with
one.
open eyes, keeping yourself ignorant. And that's different. There's no crime in not knowing things. There is no offense. There's no shame.
Yes. So stop feeling shame. Stop feeling like you have to defend yourself, Beardson. That's again where you failed as a man. Is you felt you had to defend yourself, and you did so in a way that made you look stupid to what Milo was saying. If you wouldn't have had to defend yourself, you could have had the upper hand.
And someone said Tiger King drama series. We truly have run out of ideas. It's it looks like almost like dark comedy / drama series.
Well, yeah, it's probably going to be a dark comedy. Obviously, I think Nicolas Cage is playing the Tiger King, right?
Is it Nicolas Cage?
Has he changed? He originally was cast as the Tiger King.
Hold on, it's on Peacock.
Oh, is it coming out now?
Hold on.
I thought Netflix picked it up, so it's coming out on Peacock?
I thought it was on Peacock.
I wonder if there's a separate one that's
and it
being
has
made.
it has Kate McKinnon as Carol Baskin.
Because I know Nick Cage was attached to something early on. So maybe Netflix dropped it.
Here's it's this guy, John Cameron Mitchell as Joe Exotic. Kate McKinnon as
So the Nicolas Cage led Tiger King drama series got scrapped. So that's what it was going to happen, but it got scrapped. So I haven't heard about the other one coming through.
Let's see. Where is it? I don't know what just happened. Sorry.
Joe versus Carol is what it's called. And it's Kate McKinnon, Kyle MacLachlan as Harold Baskin, Kate McKinnon as Carol Baskin, John Cameron Mitchell as Tiger King.
Wrong thing.
Yeah,
Billy, right on. I live in Fontana, which is in the Inland Empire, and I always felt embarrassed of my area, but when you do a Google search, I would not have discovered Mount Baldy or Joshua Tree.
Oh, shit.
We as individuals need to start exploring our area.
Yeah, there's some beautiful stuff out in the Inland Empire. I didn't stay out there too long, but there was a night that I got invited to a rave at Joshua Tree by like one of the founders of Burning Man. Crazy son of a bitch. I met him at Venice Beach. He invited me out to Joshua Tree. I turned him down to go to a house party in the Inland Empire because there was a ton of girls there. Me and Joe went. We went to the house party at the Inland Empire. There was all these girls there. They were waiting for us. We get there. We spent about 15 minutes there. And it took us so long to get there. Long ass fucking day. And we passed out within like half an hour of being there. We were all sleeping on the fucking couch. So the Inland Empire beat out Joshua Tree that night, and who knows what sort of shit we would have done at Joshua Tree, but we slept in the Inland Empire. Cheers to you and the Inland Empire.
Having been exposed to things. But when you respond like, well, I don't want to, that is ignorance, that is willful ignorance, and that is something.
It's not willful ignorance. I'm expressing the fact that I do not want to. I do not care.
I do not care, but he's saying why you don't care is because you don't know. He's saying if you could experience these things from an untainted perspective, that it would open up your mind. Maybe Beardson, your mind is so fucking open that he's wrong, but I tend to side with Milo on this because he's had his fucking head split open a few ways.
No,
Ethan Ralph.
Open.
That's
why
what I'm telling you.
Why are your cultural horizons so narrow? I mean, why do you care about Christmas when you don't understand anything about it?
Because it's part of my tradition. It's part of my culture. It's part of my heritage. It's part of my traditions.
You just sort of unthinkingly inherit these things.
Yeah, that's how Catholicism is such a widespread thing on Earth, because most people that are in it are born into it, and it's such a thing that's ingrained into them that many people just kind of go along with it. Even if they don't even really believe in it, they'll just kind of go along with it.
Catholicism is legitimately the original McDonald's. Like, McDonald's copied the plan to buy land and have their franchises on land they're owning to build the property value. Catholicism is so rich because of their fucking property value they bought into over the centuries. That's one of the big deals. McDonald's stole that from the fucking Catholicism. Or the Catholicism runs deep in McDonald's.
Catholicism also got paid to basically do nothing. Like, there's just, buckets of money that get poured, in donations that gets poured into the Catholic Church from all over the world.
Yeah,
and
McDonald's is Catholicism.
Never stop to, critically assess anything that's going on around you.
Reason that motherfuckers have a fillet of fish is Catholicism. They know.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, I mean, again, this is what I'm talking about here. This is what I'm talking about here.
I'm asking because that's obviously not the case. I'm asking.
You're sitting here
a moment speaking to you that's not the case.
You're sitting here ascribing very, very, very strict rules on things that are incredibly subjective.
Well, not really.
Are you saying art is not subjective? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
That's a ridiculous statement.
Then you're not Christian.
Oh, is that right? Because I'm not a Christian now. Okay, that's rich.
Because if you don't believe in objective beauty standards that exist independently and outside of where we live and how we go about our lives,
beauty standards. That's a totally different thing.
Well, does it not follow, therefore?
I'm not a Christian. That's rich. You know how easy it is to be a Christian? Literally, motherfucker could be an atheist all their life on their deathbed, accept Jesus before they die, and you're technically a fucking Christian. I'm not a Christian. That's rich. Fuck you.
Objective, eternal beauty standards. If beauty is one of the transcendentals, one of those things that our souls...
Sometimes art is not meant to be beautiful. That's the point. It's a totally different thing.
What is it if it's trying to be ugly?
You can't tell me Pokemon, maybe Evangelion's a little more art. Goku, it's like, if this shit exists to sell a fucking toy, it's not the same. It's not created as an art piece. It's created as a commercial that happens to use art. Thank you to Andy Warhol. Thank you to Madison Avenue and everybody who has made commercial part of our artistic culture.
I think Pokemon is of the Lord. I think Pokemon
do you remember in the 90s?
Of the Lord.
Remember in the 90s when they said Pokemon was like the fucking devil? They were going after Magic the Gathering cards and D&D and everything too?
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
That was in the 80s with D&D. They were like, oh, kids are worshiping Satan and casting spells on each other because they play this dice game.
Kids wanted to go to fucking play D&D rather than go to church.
What is it? So
that's competition. They're killing the competition, putting a fucking curse on it.
Because it ought to gesture toward the ineffable. It ought to remind us of the infiniteness and the infinite beauty of the divine, of God. If art is being ugly on purpose, what is it? What is its function? What is it doing?
Well, sometimes art is made to expose the ugliness. Sometimes art is meant to convey the fact that the world is a dirty and evil place, which I think there is a place for that as well.
Is that art, or is that just social commentary? Because there's lots of things that
it can be both.
Today,
it can be both.
I mean, I've been to like the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. There's a ton of really classic European Christian art in there, and some of it's gruesome as fuck. Like people cutting their own hands off and putting them in a basket. There, and I mean, there's like Lot getting raped by his daughters and shit.
Yeah.
I see Tony from Hack the Movies.
What's up, Tony?
Pokemon is for children and losers.
Thank you, Tony. And shout out to that Blue Meanie. If you guys haven't went to Tony's site and saw him and Blue Meanie review the No Holds Barred Hulk Hogan film, it's fucking dope. Glad to see that come out. I was worried he might have pulled you.
We did a review of that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dookie!
Yeah, I heard on Something to Wrestle, the Bruce Pritchard podcast, that Vince and Hogan wrote the entire script for that movie.
That's great.
Like, just over a weekend, they wrote the entire script. So the Dookie line is either Hogan or Vince.
Vince, I guarantee you, it's Vince.
He did Suffer and Succotash too.
Yeah, it's Vince.
Yeah,
you know they had a mountain of cocaine too when they were writing. That's great.
Probably.
Good time.
There are art galleries today that I would describe as social commentary, but not art, because they don't fulfill. I mean, if you agree that there are eternal, unchanging, objective standards of beauty, then we can bring you back into the Christian bucket. But
well, you don't get to make that decision regardless.
Look how offended he is. This is how these guys trigger each other. You're not a real Christian. Oh, fuck you, man. I'm a real Christian. Like, it's
Milo, whether or not I'm a Christian. I'm sorry.
I get to have an opinion. I'm expressing my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you can if you want.
100% gets to have his opinion. The same way you get to have your opinion on everybody else's ideologies that you make no hesitation to make. And now you can clutch your pearls saying, you can't judge me. You judge everybody else, you fucking weirdo. You beardo weirdo.
That doesn't make it true. And you don't get to sit here and call me that I'm not a Christian. I take very much offense to that. How much?
I take very much offense to that. Of course you do, you little man. Your Christianity is the only thing you have that makes you bigger than you. That and your fucking weird Pokemon addiction, but you're not going to run around and brag about Charizard because Christianity is Pokemon for adults.
How would you like it if I said that you weren't a Christian and I said that you were just pretending for your career? I mean, that wouldn't feel very good now, would it?
I very much hope to prove myself over the next 20 years, but I don't blame any motherfucker.
Why does it take 20 more years? You said you're 40. Why do you need 20 more years to prove it?
For not taking me seriously on that account, not least because of my continuing problems with profanity. So I don't blame anybody for being skeptical about that. But the point is this. If you have those eternal, unchanging standards, then what follows, the Christian line, is that art is supposed to gesture toward them. Art is supposed to lift up the soul. It is supposed to raise us to a place where we are able to apprehend and appreciate and connect with it, commune with it, and love God. Right? That is why churches are beautiful. That is why sculptures are beautiful. That is why symphonies are beautiful. They are all doing the same thing. They're all pushing in that same direction. Anything that does not do that is subversive, and it's something else. It's not art. Now, that is, I would say, the Orthodox Catholic position. That will be my position, not your position. That's okay. That's also okay. But when we're talking about these cartoons that are packaged for adults, which I consider to be one of the slimiest, most obvious and disreputable and disgusting machinations of modern American capitalism. These are not designed to raise our soul.
But aren't they made in Japan?
Yeah, but Japan exists in a lot of ways because of modern American capitalism as well.
American imperialism too.
Yeah,
I mean we
really fucked them up when we dropped those bombs on them.
Yeah, and we have our military there. They've been there ever since. Yeah, there's a lot of restrictions, and their society did change a lot after a lot of that stuff.
Yeah,
but they make it because they like it, and Americans just happen to like it.
But they
too.
also make it because as a nation, they're kind of under an area of limited growth elsewhere. They have to come and take their growth in other ways now.
I just don't agree with him that it's a symptom of of it being like a uniquely American thing when most of it's coming from elsewhere.
Well, you could say it's not uniquely American, but this consumerist thing is kind of built off of Americanism. This consumerist culture we have very much came
I've
from
been other places that are even more like consumer driven.
Like where?
Like in the Netherlands, you pay for everything. You pay in advance for everything.
But the Netherlands pays back into their society.
The Netherlands was always like the city of Amsterdam was a big port, and it was always kind of a place like you could get ripped off or like.
But that's tourism, and it makes the overall living for an average.
Have you ever heard the term
there.
going Dutch?
What's that mean? Where you split the check?
Well, everyone pays like for themselves, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a weird it's a weird stereotype that they're like kind of greedy, kind of like.
But their system works towards their people as a whole, right? Like everybody there benefits off of it. It's not like capitalism here.
It is I mean, it's very.
It's not
similar.
like capitalism here, though.
The Dutch were the first true capitalists. Yeah, it existed way before capitalism in the United States.
But it benefits them, right? Here
No, it doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't across the like. You're imagining like something different. Like they still have capitalism there. Like sure, I mean, capitalism here, we get some benefits out of it too. Like so, there's a little bit of social programs here and there. Yeah,
but it's a lot different though. I'd have to look at the entire structure, but I know it's not the same as the American.
They still have a monarchy over there.
The American ideal that Milo's talking about is very much.
The Dutch brought the slaves here, and there was slavery in the Netherlands longer than there was slavery in the United States.
Yeah, there's still slavery going on all throughout the world.
You're talking about prisons, but I
mean,
just
prisons, like all the.
I'm talking about literal slavery.
Yeah, there's sex trafficking and slaves all over the fucking world.
I'm talking about legalized slavery.
There's sex trafficking is legal in a lot of places, and
Did you know that
it's allowed to
was actually
exist.
blessed by the Pope?
Which one? And I don't care. But
it was actually in
No, he knows Dutch is the Netherlands.
I think it was the year 2000.
Not
the
Denmark.
Vatican actually blessed Pokemon and said it was wholesome.
Yeah, I don't know how the Dutch
actually
system works.
That's why I'm saying like it's like the most capitalistic place I've ever been. And yeah, they have social programs, like they have public transit and like roads that they build.
I'm saying that their system may have been the base for capitalism, and it's probably a more working base. But the American capitalism that's running right now is what Milo's talking about, and it has overtaken a lot of the world. It's not just American. It's just what's created in Hollywood, what's created on Madison Avenue, what's created in the annals of America that have really perpetuated to a worldwide grasp. That's what Milo's talking about. So yeah, of course, there's a history there with the Dutch that's different, but it's not the same.
Someone said Germany might legalize weed before the Dutch. Technically, yes, the Dutch, their weed isn't legal, but it is.
Every time you guys give a Streamlabs dono, I'm taking a drink and I want to drink more. I'm feeling
on the book. They call it the gray area. No one's getting arrested for weed in the Netherlands. I guess maybe if you're running like some kind of illegal operation, but I think you just have to have a license to grow.
Lots of weird things since the 1960s. So you're not going to find me defending everything they do or criticizing everything they do. It's very much a mixed bag as far as the.
Oh, okay. So you get to question the Pope. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, obviously, because we understand that there's a difference between eternal church teaching and the men who currently occupy certain offices, who are mortal men full of sin and who are wrong. I mean, this is very, very basic stuff.
This person Hell's Only in the chat knows what they're talking about. Like, New York originally was New Amsterdam, and a lot of like.
Yeah,
it was a huge Dutch.
I'm not saying they don't owe it to Dutch capitalism. I'm saying the influence of capitalism has been perpetuated by advertisement, has been perpetuated by Hollywood, been perpetuated by the American music industry. It's been perpetuated in that sense beyond this Dutch capitalism. Like what we have now is not driven by the Dutch capitalism. It may have been birthed from it, but what this worldwide grasp that we have from American capitalism.
Billy.
Hell
Chase it
yeah,
till you
Eric.
catch it.
Hell yeah. But this American capitalism that we have has very much been perpetuated and advertised and sold from a consumerist base through America. I'm not taking away from the Dutch at all. I know what you're talking about there with the Dutch, but it's not the same as the grasp that American capitalism has made through the advance of selling the American dream.
Yeah, I think the first time I really realized that, like, how much what is now New York City was influenced by the Dutch is when I went to the Netherlands. There's a lot of places in the Netherlands with the same names as parts of Manhattan. Like, there's a Harlem. There's a few others that I can't remember right now.
New York was once New Amsterdam.
The teaching of the Catholic Church does not change and hasn't changed. You can read a catechism, it doesn't change. But there are men in office, and I would argue that the latest pope, for instance, is barely even Catholic.
The man that you're talking about is literally a saint.
Literally a saint.
John Paul II. It's 2000. It was Paul II, right?
Yeah. Literally a saint.
Yeah. Pope John Paul, they made him a saint.
Of people in all kinds of offices in the church.
To be a saint, you have to have performed miracles. So there are things that they think miracles that they think John Paul II performed.
Yeah, but a miracle is so fucking simple to be ordained.
I think it was like he supposedly healed some illnesses.
Every Catholic would be upset by, and most Catholics are upset by Pope Francis. Not everything that every pope does is correct. I'm not going to patronize, but you know what papal infallibility means, right?
Yes.
Not everything that every pope does is correct.
Popes, for sure.
Popes make missteps. In Italy under the Borgias and the Medicis, people are murdering each other and selling the papacy, right? And then people are accepting the office as really not everything the Pope does is right. What is not supposed to be, because Jesus' hand is guiding it, what is not supposed to go off the rails is sort of eternal church teaching, right? And that's why when the Pope wants to make a statement about church teaching, he has to do it ex cathedra in the role of the church, and under those circumstances only. He's infallible, and that hasn't been since whatever it was about. It was.
You know how at pretty much every laundromat in the United States, I would say 100%, there's a change machine, right?
Unless I'd say most, yeah.
Unless it's like a cashless system where you can use your debit card or whatever.
Yeah, they were trying to move towards that.
Yeah, I went to a laundromat in Amsterdam where there wasn't a change machine. There was a vending machine where you could get change from it, but you had to buy something from the vending machine in order to get the change that you wanted.
That's great. Yeah, a lot of those run off vending machines and not credit card systems because they're a good way to launder money. Like laundromats are a good way to launder money.
Yeah.
It's crazy because it's all cash business, and you can really fuck some shit up. I know a lot of people that were connected that were like, I'm gonna get a laundromat. I'm gonna have a laundromat.
That's funny. Also, nail salons, right?
Yeah, I think that you can do a lot of work there.
It was
cash businesses are big.
Years ago.
Right, but he is a saint, though.
That was the assumption. Sure.
Hey, can I get just some change for this hooker? If she's a good hooker, you ain't gonna leave with no change. If she's a good hooker. Milo would know how to pronounce Medici if he had just played Assassin's Creed, but that's beneath him. Damn.
We are at 63% of the goal. So close yet so far away. If anyone wants to throw us a like, throw us a subscribe, and throw us a couple bucks, help us get to our goal. Billy will take more swigs of his. He's halfway through his Jim Beam.
I'd say I'm about halfway down.
Kentucky Straight Bourbon. And I'll tell you what, if we reach the goal tonight, I'll do the individual segment situation. There's a new Keanism, actually.
Oh.
That I heard earlier that I laughed my ass off. So we can bring back that classic. Also on Tuesday, before we do DP, I'm actually gonna hop on a stream with Monty. He's going to fundraise his and Hannibal's trip to Seattle.
In the year 1000.
That's going to be a crazy, like, it's almost unreal.
It's not real.
That lineup in the studio is just unreal.
I've decided that I'm going to jerk off everybody on episode 1000, whether they like it or not.
Everybody, including yourself. You'll be doing it to yourself while you're doing it to everybody else, right?
I have two
You got
hands.
Yeah.
I like a good lefty on myself. I don't need the full fucking right experience. Give me the lefter. I don't think Brittany Venti's going to come, unfortunately. Come on, Gord.
That's cool.
Because I would not jerk off Brittany Venti. I wouldn't. Not even if she begged for it. I'd say, no, Brittany, I think too highly of you. I'm not going to deduce you to a sexual act. That's what I would stand my ground.
Oh, my God. So this thing's really long. I don't know if you want to keep watching it or we can move on to something
have
else.
we gotten so much content out of this? Of course.
It's it's interesting to see these two argue about who's Christian and who's
We should
not.
reach out to Milo and try and get him back on the show.
I don't think he would do it.
I fucking, you know what, Milo Yamalopoulos. We were together in the new hit film Pharma Bro on Hulu.
You should tweet at
you
him.
and I. You
Is
and
he
I were
on
both.
Twitter or is
I
he
think he
banned?
probably got banned.
A long
You and I
time
were
ago.
both on there, Milo Yamalopoulos, and we were co-stars in the new hit movie Pharma Bro on Hulu. Everybody can watch if you have a Hulu subscription.
You should make a Getter account just to message Milo.
I've got a Getter account.
Do you have a
Hell
Getter account?
yeah, Getter done. I think that's why it's called Getter. I don't know. Get her done. That's why I got mine.
Because it was
Get
like
her done.
the Larry the Cable Guy fan club.
Yeah,
originally.
they're all Larry the Cable Guys over there. And I want to welcome you, Milo, to be on the new and improved Drunken Peasants, where not only will you not get canceled, we'll catapult you back into the fucking superstardoms before the time you got canceled. And I'm gonna say some shit, Milo. I promise. When you come on the show, I'm gonna say some shit that'll turn you gay again. Come on the show, though. Seriously, you fucking pussy. Billy will make a girl cry for episode 1000. I mean, I did that on episode 722. Like, I do that all the time. I do that on a fucking Tuesday.
It's a crazy crossover, you know, because we'll have Hannibal and Monty, but then we'll have Scott and Adam and Jeff. That's a crazy. Like, I feel like the world might end with all of that in the same room.
You know there's going to be some weird homoerotic stuff going on. I don't want to scare off Hannibal and Monty because, like, they're not a big fan. They're not a big fan of the gay stuff, but looks like we're getting a move on the voting.
Yeah, we'll give it another minute. This is your chance to vote. There's a poll up right now that will close in about a minute here. If you wanna see us.
Roman Velasquez says, didn't DP ruin his career? Yes.
I mean, not. I mean, him saying the things he said on DP contributed to his career being ruined.
It definitely was the.
But like we asked him about things he was already talking about publicly, and that's why I asked him.
Lowbrow Justice said there better be blood and semen on episode 1000. We've had blood and semen on other episodes. Half of the stay-at-home episodes I had some suck slut under my desk bleeding and sucking cum out of me. You guys didn't see that because I'm a fucking professional. I'm a professional. I don't know why she was bleeding. Don't ask. But I'm a professional.
I mean, the way he said it was kind of a flex, like talking about how it was cool. Like he was kind of endorsing it almost. So
an obscure alt-right podcast.
It was the way he said it that had a lot to do with it.
Sakul Rendrag says Billy Cappin is always not as always. Obviously, I wasn't getting a blowjob under the desk because there's
a bunch of wires down there.
There's thousands of women that watch this show that haven't given me a blowjob under the desk, so I'm going to obviously tell everybody I'm lying about it so they don't feel left out. Obviously. Duh. I totally made that up.
All right. So I guess we're moving on.
Yeah, that was a
I'm
good
ending
segment.
the
We had a
poll.
good time. I'm halfway
Move
through this
on.
bottle. We're 63.94% of the way to goal, and I just want to get way. I'm buzzed right now. I'm feeling good.
Get
I'm
out of my
coming
way,
out.
because you know that I am
I want
totally
the world to
wasted.
know. Me and Ben are good at duets.
We are. Oh, yeah. We should do Time After Time next.
Time after time. Milo was happy to say what he said. Exactly. Milo said some shit, and Drunken Peasants technically didn't get Milo canceled. They gave him the platform to say some shit to let his own side tackle and cancel him.
We asked questions, and that's about it.
Yeah, his side thought he was getting too big for his britches, and they used a clip from Drunken Peasants to tear him down. That's what happened. He got ate up the same way the left ate up Al Franken when he said some questionable things in his book.
Ooh, what else we got here? What's this?
Like, there used to be this idea of, like, a woman would be like, I've got to be a good housewife. What man will marry me if I can't, cook and clean, if I'm not sexy? And now women are like, belch, burp, fart, and they're like, hey, you fucking pig, I need some money to buy a new boob job or, whatever. But they're just...
See, he doesn't even know, like, what? Yeah, so this is Fuentes and Beard.
Okay.
I don't know if this counts as moving on.
And
since it's more Beard,
here's me responding to Nick saying that women used to be prim and proper, and
now
that
they're asking for
and
boob
now they're like belp, birch, boob job, belp,
belch, burp.
belch, burp, boob job. Now they're like that, and you know why they're like that, Nick? Because the men of today, by majority, do not compare to the pomp and circumstance of going to work wearing a fucking suit and tie and being the prim and proper male that it was. Society has slipped from both sides. Women would be at home baking a cake with a bouffant if they were able to be Sally Homemaker, but our system has split down the middle and they want to put both sides to work. We can't have that traditional lifestyle anymore. To do that, you have to go above and beyond, and you can't even just exist on minimum wage right now, so let alone raise a fucking family in a traditional way. They're burping and belching because their options are few and far between. The men haven't been able to step it up, and you can't blame it all on men either. It's the way society has taken away the middle class. We don't exist in that realm anymore. People belch, people people burp. I'm fucked. But yeah, women belch and burp because it's not worth hiding that anymore, because you fucking pathetic men aren't worth hiding it for. And the real good men out there are fucking 90% of the women. 10% of the guys are fucking 90% of the women. Sorry. You fucking losers are incels because you're not good enough.
Someone said Al Franken grabbed boobies on a plane of a journalist that No, this isn't true, by the way. He didn't grab them. He took a picture where he acted like he was going to grab them while she was asleep. And she wasn't a journalist. She was like a model. She was like a Playboy model. And it happened in like the early 2000s. They were doing like a USO thing. They went to either Iraq or Afghanistan. They did like a USO thing, and they were on like a military helicopter, and she was asleep. She had like the helmet on and stuff, and he was like making like grabby hands for a photo, trying to be funny. But
yeah, it was stupid. It was dumb.
Yeah,
shouldn't have done it.
Yeah,
lost your career because of it. But you know who went after Al Franken? It wasn't the fucking right that decided to cancel Al Franken over that.
She was on the right, though. She was trying to get into like being like a Fox News person. Yeah. But no, it was his own party.
Yeah, his own party was like, we can't have this.
Yeah. But he didn't grab her. No, there were no allegations that he actually grabbed her. Is that he was weird.
They're just like these disgusting animals, and like
I want another
they're
drink,
not
guys.
pleasant. They're mean. They're fucking
feeling
fat
it right now.
And all they
They're
want is
mean,
your money.
they're fat, and all of you fucking guys are worthless. You're short. You're enamored with your stupid fucking comic books. You're not good guys for these women. They're not. It's not worthy for them to be good women.
I think I'll save some of this for the next episode because I got other stuff that are along these same lines, and I think we'll move on to
I guess if you don't want this to become the cool new MGTOW podcast hosted by Billy the Fridge. Hostage by Billy. I'm fucked up and I want more. I want more drinks. I'm buzzing, dude. I want to be fucked. Hey, Chet Lemon, we don't talk about that. Boom, 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 boom. Brittany Venti burp. I do feel like that was a personal attack against Brittany Venti. Fucking Nick. How dare you? Clue disappear. Clue disappear.
Do we got some Streamlabs to look at?
Man.
Come on,
I don't
man.
fucking know. What is this? What is this? Nazi Germany? I don't fucking know. Eric donated, said, come on, Gord. Got a good little drink off that. B-Ball Julian said the Milo thing. Eric with the big love. Chasing that dragon. Chase. Sea-Dog with that big love. Love you too. The Fat Cat said, boom, boom. Milo's head is shaped like Mr. Peanut. That's most definitely what's up. Damn. Daniel gave me $6, said, stop drinking, Billy. Daniel, unfortunately, that's not how this works, but cheers, Papa. I stop when the bottle's empty. Oh, or until we hit our goal. I've been sipping little ones, though. I'll just sip some big ones, but I'm fucking toasty. We got big love from Eduardo Garcia's, Daniel Ayer. Alligatra Coldus, again, bring up the Looney Tunes and the Hungarian Rhapsody #2. That's how you learn about a lot. So Looney Tunes is great for references to early literature as well. You can really see the references that have been laid out when you go back and you start reading and expanding your horizons from the cartoons you grew up on. You're like, oh, okay. Familiar Parable said, get silly, Billy. You know we doing that. Bryant Field again with the Take a Drink, Billy. Thick Soul with the big love. Eduardo Garcia with more big love. Dragon in the West saying C.S. Lewis said a children's story that can only be enjoyed by children isn't a good children's story in the slightest. That philosophy is why Disney is a media empire. Also, Christianity should be environmentalists if they want to survive more than one WWW. That links us back up. Thank you guys. Continue to donate. We're trying to hit this goal, and more than anything, I'm trying to get wasted.
Oh shit! I wanted to go to this one. There. Now we got this.
Goldie Fawn says Brit is transphobic. I mean, probably. I don't support that side of her conversations.
All right. So we have the return of the world's greatest comedian ever. Get ready, guys.
Oh, shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, comedian,
a man that needs no introduction, but he's getting one.
Daniel Songer, back for Comedy Act 206, the greatest comedy act of all time, welcomes Daniel Songer.
Welcomes. Oh, shit. He looks dressed like one of the Dudleys.
Hey, 206 comedy acts. This is going to be the
206
greatest comedy act of...
Yeah, this was his 206th comedy performance video on his YouTube channel. And I think he got up to like 400 something.
All time. Yes, Comedy Act 206, the greatest comedy act of all time. Hey, what are two things you do not want to get? And one is onion breath. I mean, who wants to kiss somebody with onion breath? And the second thing is fish lips.
What the fuck?
Fish lips!
Fish lips!
He's making me laugh, though, but he's not funny. I don't get it.
Oh, he's funny.
No, he is not.
He's fucking hilarious.
He is not fucking funny.
Fish lips! He's like
How can you
Jesse
kiss
Lee
somebody with
Peterson
fish
without the political agenda. Fish lips.
I don't know, but two words out there. Okay, guys, 2 words that a girl does not want to hear, and never does she want to say it. So 2 words a girl does not want to hear or say is, I'm late.
It's so fucking bad.
I know, everyone's slow out there. You guys never get my comedy act. She's late, man. You know, I'm late.
He's like, you guys never get my comedy act. Damn, it's all our fault. It's our fault, right?
Girls love to hear I'm late when they've locked down the right guy.
She's late. All right, man, let's move forward. Hey, look what they've done to the eyes, man. Look what they've done to the eyes. They've taken the eyes to, like, outer space, man. It's like the eyes have gone to a new...
Yeah, he's kind of channeling Tommy Chong a little bit. Man.
He's like a more fuckable version of Amy Schumer.
Wow.
Level that is so advanced. I mean, you got iPhone, iMac, iPod, Icon. You got all these eyes, man. So you know what? I've made up some comedy about this. iPhone, you phone, we all phone. Sounds like phone sex. iPhone, you phone. Guess what that is? Phone tag.
Okay.
No, iPhone, iMac. How far?
Tell me more.
Can you see? I can see the moon. iMac. All right, iPod. No, it's not the first Porta-John you see. iPod is when you laugh so hard at my comedy act, you potty yourself. iPod. I pottied myself.
This is so
I pottied myself.
So
iPod.
fucking terrible. Yeah, Zach says I love his energy. His energy is fucking like compares to Chris Farley's energy.
Just not the comedy part of it.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, and what is it? Icon.
There's a poll up. Is this guy funny? Yes or no?
Gotcha.
Vote in the poll.
Gotcha.
Icon. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Icon. And iPad. iPad is when you go down on your girl.
So you know when you're 5, 6, 7 years old and you know comedy, but you don't understand comedy?
Yes.
So you say jokes and you think it's hilarious because you understand the timing, you understand everything about like how jokes work because you felt them and you've laughed at them.
Yeah.
But you don't understand how to actually do them.
Yes.
This guy has like the 6, 7-year-old comprehension of comedy in a fucking 40-year-old dad's body. Oh, it's great.
Man.
And you
Cheers.
find out
Eric.
she's on her period. iPad. iPad. Hey, you find out she's on her period, man. iPad. All right, and I don't know if anybody out there has experienced the new generation of iBob. Has anybody seen iBob? iBob. Does anybody out there see the new picture of this? iBob. Who, Bob? Grab yourself an iBob as soon as you can. Yes, you can get it on danpoetman.com.
Okay.
iBob. Hey,
iBob.
last but not least, it's the...
Does his set just stop when he runs out of breath?
There's a few that are very long.
I rock. I rock.
I hope there's someone that's around that can walk by and see this guy doing this. Could you imagine just walking around in the park and you see this guy doing this shit?
He's only like slightly more aware than police cop chokehold. Police cop chokehold. He's using the same delivery of like content. It's his content is the same, but he's able to deliver it in a way where he's like Chris Farley meets Rodney Dangerfield meets police cop chokehold.
It's weird that he cuffed the bottom of his jean shorts.
I mean,
why would you do that? Like, I could see like if you had a pair of jeans that was too long and you did it, but he's wearing shorts. Why did he cuff the bottom? I don't know.
Because he probably made some cutoffs and then rolled them up to not hang a certain way. He probably was having some fraying.
Yeah, 206 comedy acts. Yeah, I rock.
Yeah, I rock.
Hey guys, you know what? Throughout all of time, there has been pickup lines for really meant for the women of the planet Earth. You know, I mean, back in the old days, it was just like, grab 'em, man, you know, and they were like, okay, you know, what could they do? You know, man.
What is he saying right now?
Man.
The Beast Man.
The
and you know,
Beast
as
Man.
into our day and time, you know,
Day and
every
night.
girl out there has heard all of the pickup lines, you know. And today, a girl wears a thong. Pickup line! You know, I mean, is that a pickup line? She's exposing her thong. Look what they've done to our eyes.
He's an awful singer, too.
You know, the pickup line. The thong.
He might be a good singer, but like the level he's putting it out at, he's belting.
No, but hey, there's one pickup line that the girls never heard, and that's what this is. Pickup lines that girls never heard, and if they did, they wouldn't get it, you know?
So much buildup.
Like, hey, babe, do you wanna get froggy? 'Cause I want to jump you. Let's get froggy. Let's get froggy.
I do like the choreography, though. I'll give him points for the choreography.
I kind of want to have him go toe to toe with
Egghead.
Not Egghead.
That's what I thought originally.
I think that his most musical performances should go toe to toe with Buff Corral.
Okay.
Because him and Buff Corral have that fucking...
But Buff Corral does a whole song from beginning to the end. This is just random songs that are like he just makes up.
The songs are secondary to their physicality. These men have superior physicality.
Come on, girls. You want to get froggy? Let's get froggy. Hey, you know what? Out there, guys, we're all looking for women, you know, and,
We're all looking
and what do
for
we do?
women,
You know,
y'all.
we all want to take pictures, you know, and you get married, photo album, you know, wedding album. Everybody gets married, of course. And what happens, of course, is they get
Of course.
Of course.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course.
Of course, of course.
And what is a woman quick to do?
Of course.
But go right to that photo album and start cutting out all of the male figure. You know, no, not there. No, let's not go there. The man, you know, not the male figure, but they're like cutting it out, you know.
What is going on right now?
The male figure!
And even boyfriends, girlfriends are like cutting out their boyfriends, and of course they're saving the pictures of them. But there's a lot of men out there, excuse me guys,
This
a lot
guy
of men out there
has...
who actually want to
He's
hold
the
on to those
second
photos,
greatest
you know?
man to wear jorts and colorful T-shirts.
You think so?
He's just behind John Cena. If it wasn't for John Cena, this would be the greatest man to wear jorts and colorful T-shirts.
And they just hold on to him. So it makes me think of a song
Oh, God.
that I wrote and edited.
that you wrote.
And it kind of goes, you know, like those guys.
It's not going to sound anything like... I I bet it's not going to sound anything like that at all. Let's say.
There who are saving their ex-wives' pictures. Spotted pictures of the way we were.
Whoa! Whoa!
Spotted pictures.
His cum
of
shots.
the way we were.
He's suggesting that guys jerk off to pictures of their ex-wives?
I guess. Maybe he knows from experience. I'm just checking this. Because I think I'm going to move this because it covers you.
Oh.
I'm going to move this.
You put it up in the top, the other corner.
Yeah, I could do it like here. Like upper left, you think?
Where is it?
You can't see it right now because it's on the test screen, but I moved it to the upper left.
Yeah, that,
How do you
that
feel
should work. That
like
should be fine.
right there.
That should be fine.
You see it? All right.
Spotted pictures of the way we were. Spotted pictures. I'm telling you, man, they're holding on to those pictures. Spotted pictures.
All right. He tells the same joke over and over and over again for way too long.
Please stop, Jogo.
The way
Spotted pictures.
we were.
Spotted pictures.
I rock.
Yes. Yes.
I rock.
I rock.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Daniel Songer. Thank you.
Oh, I have to give everyone the full-on, fully version. There you go.
Rocks.
Make a take a screenshot. Do whatever you wish with
He
it.
drives an I rock and lives on my block. He doesn't know who I am.
So, what do you what do you think when you look into this man's eyes?
You know,
What do you see there?
I see somebody who rode the wave of capitalism to a point in their life where they were comfortable enough to go back to the career path they wish they would have taken in their youth.
I see.
And, you know, unfortunately, he probably spent time driving a bus or working in a cubicle, and he got to the end of his days, his little free time, probably retired. Kids probably went off to college, and he's sitting here, and he's like, you know, I wish I would have been Andy Dick.
He wanted to be the next Jerry Seinfeld.
He wanted to be Andy Dick, and now he gets to play it out. He gets to be happy. He's done dark things. I think he hasn't done enough things. This is somebody trying to clench onto their lost youth and their last moment. They didn't get to come up through the ranks and hone their skills the way a young comedian would.
This is a great psychoanalysis of him.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to switch to this screen for a moment here. Part of that is I have a poll open that's really close, so I want to give people the opportunity to vote on whether or not you think this guy is funny. And I'm going to bring up my little timer here. We're going to give you 3 minutes to choose whether or not you think he's funny. The time starts now. Get your votes in. It's really close. No is winning right now. It's 55-45 with in favor of no.
White Noise says, imagine this man gang stalking you. Is gang stalking real? That's the
How
question.
can he gang stalk you by himself? Dude?
That's the question.
Yeah, doesn't there have to be like a gang, like a bunch of people that follow you wherever you go? And a lot of times they're acting like they're not following you. That's the weird, like, delusional thing that people who think they're being gang stalked for no reason at all. Paranoid people.
She says he is objectively funny. Wish.com, Bert Kreischer. I'll drink to that, isolation agorist. Everybody, every dono you make tonight's going to get a little sip or a swig or something big.
You know what? We've got all kinds of comedy tonight because next we got King Cobe's stand-up comedy routine.
It's the Drunken President, the Drunken President's comedy breakdown.
Presidents?
Drunken Presidents.
Are we the Drunken Presidents now?
Yep. All right, tell you.
Is it
Benjamin,
just because you forgot to talk?
I tell you, Benjamin, the people have voted. They have said this man is funny.
There's no hope for this change.
They're saying this man is objectively funny.
No is winning right now.
Shit.
54 to 46.
Shit.
Get your votes in. There's 1.5 minutes left. Please.
They say he's so unfunny.
Also,
He's actually funny.
If you want to get our special T-shirt for this month that we're going to send out to you next month, sign up for Patreon, $50 or more. You get all the other stuff along with it too, and we're kind of doing like a T-shirt of the month club thing. Yeah. We're trying to see, how it works. We don't have a design for next month's at this time, but we'll figure it out.
We'll have it.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fucking.
Are we going to premiere it on the next episode?
Yeah, it'll be the first of the month.
So there will be a T-shirt next month.
Wake up.
So you're probably gonna want to sign up to get the one that we're that's available for this month, and I'll put it up on the screen in a minute here.
For those of you that don't know, I design all these T-shirts.
He does.
They're very cute. They're very topical. They're lovely. Some people love them. Some people wear them to church. Some people wear them to midnight mass.
The Manateesus one definitely has to be worn to church. It's all right. It's about we're about to hear G-Man, and when we hear G-Man, the time is up, and I'm ending the poll, and it kind of looks like it's going to turn out no.
Time's up. Time's up. Time's up. Time's up.
Here's the shirt. Look at that design. So if you join our Patreon and you've got at least a $50 patronage between now and the end of this month, so you got a couple days, but this is our last stream.
Time out.
If you sign up, we will send you this shirt next month. And I'm about to send out last month's tomorrow. I'm doing all the orders.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Poop. Yeah, those of you that are $50 patrons or above get that and so much other stuff. It's a big old box of love. If you do a $100 patron, you can join us for an episode and hang out with us.
This is what you get.
The mother
every month.
Exclusive DP shirt. Name in the opening and ending credits. 1 month of DP On Demand included a classic DP Cast movie review. A new DP Cast movie review. All DP post shows, monthly private shows, exclusive Discord fan chat on the stream, and what else do you get? You get the knowledge that you're helping me put my children through college.
Yeah.
My illegitimate throat babies.
All right, let's check out and see what else we got here. It's a lot. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit, young Bill Fridge.
I need another drink, guys. I'm fucking drones, and we're almost 66% of the way to. No, we're not. We're almost 66% of the way to the fucking goal. I'm like, wait, I can't do math. I was like, because we got 600.
Dr. Fridge, I have a pre-ejaculation situation that every time I make love with my GF, I have DP playing in the background, but every time I see you on screen, I pre-nut. She hates it. What should I do, doctor?
Here's the thing. If you're having sex while DP's on the screen, I don't recommend you turn off DP. It could be giving you that virility that it takes to drive it home every time. Now, if you're pre-coming because you're looking at my visage, my recommendation is to look at me when you do your least favorite sex acts, okay? So get that virility if you are not a big fan of anal. Look at me during the anal. If you're not a big fan of BJs, look at me during the BJs. And when you're doing your favorite sex act, I'm going to say refrain from looking at me. Make her look at me. So do it in a position where you're going to be turned away.
You know what?
She'll be looking at me. You'll be turned away. And I think that'll give you both the push you need to finish at the same time.
We're gonna let the people cheers. We're gonna let the people vote on whose stand-up was better. The first guy or Cobes. Here's Cobes.
Tubes. We chillin' like rockstar villains. So I got a couple jokes to swing your way. Did you hear about the bubblegum, YouTube? Yeah, you know what a bubblegum's favorite music is? I heard it was pop music.
I like how he groaned at his own joke.
I heard it was pop music.
It was pop music.
Pop music.
Eh.
Pop music, man.
Yeah, the other guy like, pop music,
man.
Bubblegum went to anger management. It kept on blowing up. You think that's bad? Did you hear about the hermaphrodite?
Oh, no.
Tell me more.
That was both sexes, and yet at the same time non-binary? I tell you.
Was that the joke?
Yes. The hermaphrodite. There was both sexes
and non-binary,
but at the same time non-binary. Honored. Puking dog with $20. Drunken Mechanic Raymond, let's go.
Let's
go.
That's our associate producer for this month.
Thank you, Drunken Mechanic Raymond.
Yeah. And it looks like, I think, let me see. I think Coop Car might be poised to take it for next month.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Coop Car is in the lead right now.
Fucking ridiculous. You know why the church bell went to the car mechanic?
Oh,
his car got dinged up.
Is he just making these up as he goes along here?
I feel like maybe he's okay. I'm not sure if he read these off of a really shitty joke website or if he actually did take the time to write them. Because I could see Cobes as the way Cobes writes his own music and takes part in other creative aspects. The wand creation.
There's no genuine emotion in anything he's saying here. There's nothing.
That could be on his disorder, right?
Right. No. It probably is, actually.
You know why the church bell went to special ed? Well, he was a real dingling, I tell you what.
You just told a different bell joke that was basically the same thing.
He was telling the gum jokes before, so I think he probably was like, how much gum material do I have? Okay.
Oh, some church bell material.
Let's go into bell material. And there you go.
You know what a church bell's favorite part of the egg is? The yolk. If you're obsessed with church bells, you'd get that last one. You'd be like,
you know, I don't find myself obsessed with church bells.
No.
So maybe that's why I didn't think it was funny.
I think you're looking a little too deep and that it's actually just not funny.
I don't know. I'm just not obsessed with church bells.
This guy's making bell jokes.
What is he looking at, too? Why is he not looking at
Is
his
he reading
camera?
the jokes off of a fucking screen that he wrote?
I think he might be.
Uh-huh.
Is that a scented candle in his hand? Like, what the fuck is that?
You know why Quasimodo worked at a hotel?
He didn't.
Well,
this is Bell related too.
Of course,
he's the hunchback.
Of course, he's going deep on these bell jokes.
Wanted to be a bellhop. Yeah.
A bellhop. What the fuck is Cobes drinking?
What the fuck is a Bell's favorite music?
Did Trumpster Bob make Cobes some chocolate wine?
Oh, hip hop.
Diarrhea wine.
Anyone? Okay. Now, I may be a Satanist, but I love church bells and chimes. As weird as that sounds.
That's
towers.
The funniest thing he said yet.
It's majestic. It's it's beautiful, peeling throughout the land.
I may be a Satanist, but I love church bells and chimes. That was fucking hilarious.
So picking up dames because they had sex appeal. And you can say the same thing about the banana. I tell you what, that banana had sex appeal too.
Like he's not even happy with his joke.
Single lady at the grocery store. She's looking at the bananas like, Or talk about food porn. You see these chicks fucking themselves with cucumbers? Holy shit.
There's someone in the chat named Fanatical Bell Lover. They're saying, these jokes are amazing.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. That'd be a weird way to make pickles. We have Hunt's tomatoes. Now we got Cunt's pickles.
Cunt's pickles?
Cunt's pickles. Oh, that's the raunchiest crunch I've ever heard.
You're insane.
You see the Velasic bird holding a fucking pickle like it's a cigar? Like, I mean, ain't that something, YouTube? The cucumber has the word cum in it, and it's shaped like a dick. You believe this shit?
Yeah, we believe it.
Fucking ridiculous. I mean, I've heard of food porn, but goddamn.
I've heard of food porn, but goddamn, that's what sent him on this shitty rant about fucking with cucumbers, which he almost had a good joke out of the pickle. When it goes in a cucumber, it comes out a pickle. Almost a good joke formulated out of that. But it started because he talked about food porn, and he said, speaking of food porn, how about these chicks that fuck themselves with cucumbers?
Polishing off that old smoky moonshine that I had from last night. This stuff's good. This is the Mountain Java flavor.
It is like a chocolate or like a coffee
wine.
stout. Oh, it's a wine?
Oh, it's moonshine.
I see.
Did you hear about the cigarette smoker? The cigarette smoker who did lousy stand-up comedy? Oh, he couldn't hack it, I tell you. Okay, a cigarette lung hacking joke.
That's most definitely what's up, Cobes.
The poll is up right now. Who's funnier?
Yeah, did you hear about the sexually active jar? It was pretty much open to anything. Okay. I'll tell you what.
I don't know if Cubs has ever seen One Guy, One Jar, but...
So when trans people get thirsty, do they drink gender fluid?
Oh, my God.
I got some gender fluid you can swallow.
Yeah, you want some gender
Gotta
fluid?
stay hydrated, man. Don't matter what gender you
Man,
are. Anyone?
gotta stay hydrated, man.
Nah, gender fluid is the stuff that transgendered people put in their transgendered cars.
He's thinking of transmission fluid, isn't he?
I have no idea.
You know, I'll just be one of those fucking assholes.
People who drive cars? I like being that type of asshole, Cobes.
You know, like you're sitting there driving your car.
I can't ride bike when weather permits.
Huh?
And it's giving you problems, but it still works for you. And you're like, she's my baby. That's my girl. Keep going, man. You got this.
I don't think Cobra
And some
drives.
asshole is like, did you just assume your car's gender? What? Did you just assume your motherfucking car's gender?
Cars don't have genders, so you can assign an arbitrary gender to them if you want. Either one won't. It doesn't matter.
You piece of shit. Excuse me? Did you ask your car's permission for consent before assuming their gender? Oh my God, you cisgendered people are the worst.
Well, that's why most people have to go out and warm their cars up before they drive into work. That's how you get the consent.
Yeah, if these fucking assholes had their own fucking cereal, it'd be Kellogg's Frosted Snowflakes. They're offended. Kellogg's Frosted Snowflakes. They're offended.
He told the joke twice, kind of like the other guy.
Cobes is. I think Cobes got my vote.
Cobes is winning slightly.
Yeah, you know what the oyster said when it was having a bad day? Ah, shucks. Because you shuck oysters.
Is that why Cobes? Is that why Cobes?
No, that's.
Can somebody donate so I can take a nice big swig of fucking Beam? I need it right now. Please.
Okay.
Popeye the fucking sailor, man.
So he's good at impressions too?
Wow,
Oh, he's amazing at them. Listen, just
I
listen.
love your creamy spinach.
Oh, fuck.
You like
Cheers,
voice
Pixel.
impressions?
That's the way you
Thank
do
you,
it.
thank you.
Patrick.
What is going on now?
No, that's the best, dude. When I go to a bar
And you and you're streaming, and a bunch of people call it and get you kicked out. Yeah, that's awesome.
Gothed out.
That's
and
the
all
way you
black.
do it.
Oh, he's talking about when he's gothed out.
I
Goth
go
out.
outside for a cigarette, and I see a cute of-age chick at the bar smoking a cigarette with me. Just randomly bust out the SpongeBob voice. She has no idea when it's coming. It just happens, and two things are going to happen. One, she'll either think I'm weird and creepy or funny as shit, or two, she'll laugh her ass off. Like, what? You're hoping for the latter of the two.
I like it. She'll only think I'm weird and creepy.
You're hoping for the latter of the two, though. You know, she might think you're weird and creepy, but you're hoping for better.
Like, what the fuck were the creators of SpongeBob smoking? Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? That's just a random ass. That's why I did so well, SpongeBob, is because it was so random. Everyone in Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob's the only one with a goddamn pineapple house. Yeah, they were probably smoking that Pineapple Express, if you catch my drift. Whoa.
Hey, Patrick, you want to smoke some seaweed?
Sure, SpongeBob, I'm totally down. A few moments later.
Holy shit, Patrick. This seaweed's got me stoned off my barnacles.
Somebody needs to make, like, Cobes voicing an episode of SpongeBob and use the SpongeBob cartoons and line it all up. This is fucking great.
Squidward comes over. SpongeBob, what's that smell? You're stinking up the whole neighborhood.
Hey, Squidward, you gotta try this.
I would. You know what? Fuck it. If Squidward smoked weed, that'd be some funny shit. He'd be like, I feel so relaxed.
Somebody needs to mix,
Wait, if Patrick
mix this in
Stars-
with the cartoons. This is too fucking good. This is so good.
Smoked marijuana, would that make him dumber? Yeah.
Someone's got to be working
one
on
of
it.
those
One of those
fuck your mind
Cobra edit
questions.
channels is already doing this.
Yeah. I appreciate whoever donated all that money to my PayPal. I got off of my live stream last night. I had like $200 in my PayPal. I was just like, well, now thank you for that.
Why, thank you
I
kindly.
greatly appreciate it. I took half of that 200 and stuck it in my bank account now. Because my bank account was in the negative. And I didn't even ask for it. People just give it to me. And you want to call me a fucking e-bagger? Go fuck yourself.
Is this still his comedy?
Nah, this is high art. This is the high art that
Plus
Milo
the
Yiannopoulos
$200
was talking about.
I'm going to end the voting. It looks like Cobes has it locked in. I think it's just because, I don't know, the crazy comedy guy was winning for a little while, but then the tables totally
Lilith
turned.
Lovewolf just donated and said, just end Cobes, and then said, stand up.
Stand up. It's amazing. Stand up.
Stand up.
Amazing. All right, I'm going to end the poll. It looks like Cobes wins.
Yeah, Cobes was really, really good tonight.
Everyone like the stream. Subscribe. If you're not subscribed, you should be. Make sure you are. I know you've got more YouTube accounts too. You should subscribe using those also. Everyone's got more than one. Subscribe with all of them. Fucking do it.
Do it.
Do you want to watch more of this, or do you want to move on to something?
Was it 21 minutes long?
Yeah, we're halfway through.
Fuck, halfway? I don't know if we got
Yeah.
twice much more of this. What do you guys think of the chat? Let's go 2 more minutes, and somebody better donate within those 2 minutes so I can drink more, or I'm going to start cussing you out. I'm drunk.
Oh, God.
Yeah. We'll get them shipped out on Monday. I do appreciate you all buying the wands.
I like how he's smelling that shit. I wish I had a jar of gunk to sniff. Heyo. Figure it out, dude.
You know how coffee likes to get sexual?
No.
Is he going back into it? Is this a joke?
I hope.
Flicks the bean.
How does it flick it? It grinds up the bean into like a powder.
Cobes is just. Cobes,
Is that what he's into?
Cobes just looked at the fucking beans on the side of his moonshine jar and wrote that joke right there. Cobes is a genius.
It doesn't make any sense.
What is it? Oh, it makes sense.
Oh, you know what? Here's something I forgot to mention earlier that we probably should mention. We're going to be opening mail on episode 1000, but we only have one thing to open so far. Someone sent something, and I'm just keeping it in its box. We have a mailing address down below. If you want to send us anything between now and episode 1000, we'll check it out.
Yes.
And that.
What if the one thing in the box is like a little puppy that we were supposed to open?
You can't ship animals in like
Our
a
audience is
closed box
fucked up,
like that.
dude. Please don't ship animals in a closed box like that, audience.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
against the
think
law.
it's that.
Please don't do that shit.
It
We're
would
not
be.
gonna
It
open
would. It'd be smelling pretty bad.
Please don't do that.
Get
you
it?
fucking
Flicks
guys.
the bean? Coffee bean? Anyone? Okay. Was that a vagina coffee joke? Yes. Yes, it was.
Do a shot and a shock.
A shock. He's not set up for that right now.
Ben can take all the shocks since he's into the shocks. I'm into drinking. That's
Why
why
am I
I'm
doing
drinking
that?
tonight. Billy, do a drink. Okay, Chet Lemon, anything for you.
If you have to twist his arm, I guess he will.
I'm running out of swill. I'm swill swinging. You ever get that like whiskey just? No, I don't want to say drip, but it's like
It hurts. It makes the back of your throat like
it
contract.
permeates in your throat.
Yep.
My throat is cured. I've been drinking most of this without a chaser, right? Like I have some iced tea here I've been sipping on individually, but
Monty is doing a cleanse so that when he gets here, it's time to rage.
It's time to rage.
Yeah.
You think that we're all gonna have sex in a big orgy?
No.
That'd be like the worst pickup line ever. Hey, babe, can I put some of my horsey sauce in your roast beef?
His rifting, like his off the top shit, is all purely perversion.
Yeah, yeah.
I like it.
Now, if a chick slaps me, I'm going to be like, oh, hey, honey, if you want my number, you don't got to hit on me. She pepper sprays my ass. I'm going to be like, well, if you want to heat things up, let's go to my bedroom.
You say that after you get pepper sprayed?
She pours a drink on me. I'm like, I guess drinks are on me.
If she pours a drink on me, I guess drinks are on me. Huh.
The date of episode 1000 is February 24th. February 24th. February 24th. If you have to work, quit your job.
Quit your job. And if you guys all want to come to Seattle February 24th and share an Airbnb and live together in an Airbnb for a couple of days, I will sleep on your couch. That's my contribution if you guys want to all fly in. I'll sleep on the couch and I won't let you do stuff to me. I'm not a whore. So don't try it.
Okay, weirdo.
Speaking of drinks, you ever heard of this drink called Sex on the Beach?
Yes.
Which sounds pretty romantic until you get sand up your ass crack.
Is that what happens when you drink the drink? They pour sand down your ass crack?
But
It's like, here's the chaser.
That's why you put your fucking coat down under her ass and then rail her so that there's fucking coat there. And if
Why do
she
you have
gets-
a coat at the beach?
Well, I don't know if you got a little flannel. You got some people wear little blazers or something. I don't fucking know.
And then it's
Throw it
just
down
like,
under her ass and then let her take
everyone
most
else
of
at
the
the
fall.
beach
You
is
don't get sand up your
mortified.
ass if you're on top, pussy.
Just take it like a man and get sand up your
Just
ass.
fuck girls on the beach, Cope. Shit,
Mommy, my
pissing me off.
eyes! Ain't that some shit? Unless you go to an adults-only nudist beach, then people aren't so like freaked out by it. Which I'm pretty sure they have laws against that. Like,
Don't
okay,
choke
we
on the
get this is a
bottle.
nudist beach, but come on, guys and gals, let's keep our private parts to ourselves now. Yeah.
That's most definitely what's up,
It'd
Cope.
be a great way to pick up chicks. Just go to a nudist beach and pop a Viagra. You see a hot of-age chick with her boobies and her pussy out, and you're like,
I love how the trolls that basically control his life have programmed him to always say of age anytime he mentions a woman of any type. He has to put of age before it. Like it's not already implied. It's weird. Oh.
Next person to donate $20, I'm drawing whatever you donate in the drawing. I'm drawing it.
walking around like, hey, how you doing? So, you enjoying the weather? What brings you to these private locations?
What brings you to these private parts? He almost said that.
What brings you to these private
What brings you to
parts?
these private parts?
Oh, you're gonna catch some sun? Cool. You want to catch some rays? How about catching a load of semen? Because we're on the beach, baby. What?
The seamen? The men of the sea?
And now he's jerking it.
Giggity, giggity, gee. Whose jerk sound was better, Cobes or the other guys?
Yeah, he did one too.
The other guy had
They
that
should go-
weird jerk sound.
They should hit the road together and
Fuck
do
hitting
clubs.
the road. Episode 1000 should just be us playing that guy's jerk sound, then Cope's jerk sound over and over again for 4 hours.
We have to honestly, though, all jokes aside, we have to figure out, because we were talking about a few games going on.
Those are easy.
Yeah. Well, if we can get everyone involved in it, too.
Of course, once we know who else here, we'll be able to curate. Jeff could host one. Hannibal Lamonti
I
could
will
host their
say,
own.
Sofane is still showing genuine interest, but I think people need to push him.
I need you to
So
know.
if you follow Sofane on Twitter, you should harass him to come also, so
If
that he's here.
Sofane shows up, there's no way that this isn't going to turn into a weird orgy. Sofane is like
I think this is all a lot of
sex.
wishful thinking from you.
Sofane is the first who took fucking Tila Tequila's virginity.
No, he's not.
He took Tila Tequila's virginity.
No, you're making this up.
I might be.
You
don't know that.
absolutely are.
You can't be 100% sure of that.
I might get me some more booze after a bit, but I just woke up, so I really don't need it. You know what I'm saying?
I
don't
like
even
to
really
need it.
It's
Need
just
it.
It's a want.
Cobes. Cheers,
I'm
Immortal
gonna have a Mountain
Dave.
Dew.
Got
I'll
us
be right
75% of the way to the goal,
We're
ladies and gentlemen. We
into
are
this
almost
Saturday,
home.
Saturday stand-up video. Only 15 minutes. We can do longer than that.
Take your time donating to guys. Take your time. I still have this much left, so I gotta sober up before I drive home anyways.
Well, I mean, you can send us all the donos, and we'll just take the time that he needs to sober up.
Stand up.
So we have plenty of videos to keep going for a while, but yeah, just Send us.
Last week I did
Yeah,
this
you know
damn
the
thing,
bubblegum's
and when we hit the
favorite
goal, I
drink
chugged the
is-
rest. If I chug this, I get fucked up. There's a good amount of stuff left there because I'm already pretty fucked. So slow roll it, guys. Don't kill a young fridge. Don't kill a young vanilla fridge.
Kill him.
Trilla.
Kill him.
Kill him. There will be cum.
I'll tell you what the bubblegum's favorite drink is. I heard it was soda pop.
Soda pop.
Didn't he do a bubblegum joke earlier?
That was
too?
when he opened the fucking show with 2 bubblegum jokes.
So now he's back to it.
Yeah, and the other one, the joke was, the punchline was pop as well.
Okay.
he's the guy is nothing if not consistent. I wonder if Cobes is going to get the alcoholic Baja Blast they're putting out.
Oh, he absolutely will. That's right in his wheelhouse, right?
That's most definitely what's up for Cobes.
If your truck has more lift than a 60-year-old woman with fake tits, you might be from Wyoming.
That's
If you've ever walked into Walmart drunk off your ass off some milk can moonshine and Snake River Pale Ale and tried to buy a gun, you might be from Wyoming.
I want to hang out with Cobes so
this
bad.
is his Jeff Foxworthy routine
Yeah,
that he's doing right now.
It's just a very unpolished Wyoming-related Jeff Foxworthy.
Everyone
ripoff.
like the stream now if you haven't. Shame on you if you haven't, but we'll forgive you if you do it now.
I think after episode 1000, Ben, I'm gonna go on the road for a little bit, and I'm driving to Wyoming. Because it's time
Yeah.
for me to hang out with King Cobra.
If you have more trucks, guns, and dogs than you do ex-girlfriends, you might be from Wyoming.
I hate how he sips his drinks. You know, he's like
Yeah, I
Like
can't. I can't remember who is the one that makes the grossest sounds.
He
Was
does
it Cobes?
Yes.
God, it killed me.
He's like sipping it from the like brim of the glass.
If you've ever pissed on a rattlesnake while going camping, you might be from Wyoming.
Pissed on a rattlesnake? Why? Why pissed on? Why was your dick out around a rattlesnake? You probably wouldn't want that to get bit by one.
I think he thought it was funny.
Yeah. If you have to get a tetanus shot to drive your rusted out pickup truck, you might be from Wyoming.
You don't have a pickup truck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. There you go, Shan. Do you think Cobes would be with Shani for Christ?
No.
Okay.
I think you asked me that already.
I think I did too.
In private, I think you asked me that.
You know, we go out and Ben and I have like private dinners, and in private, I just ask Ben questions about what Cobes would do in real life.
Sometimes
I'm like, do you think Cobes would would lower, or I don't want to say lower himself, but do you think Cobes would engage with a sexual relationship with Shani for Christ? And Ben's like, no, I don't think he would.
I don't think he would. I do think he probably has standards that are too high for him, honestly. So no, I don't think he would.
Amazing.
I don't think he's that desperate.
He ride pickup
Oh, now
truck when
Cletus went and got a
gasoline
Could you
permits.
imagine that though? Like King Cobra banging Shani and Rebs in the cuck tent. He's like, yeah, King Cobra, yep.
Yeah, Cub, we're gonna convert you to Christianity after all, Cubs.
King Cobra, fuck me. Yeah, stick your wand up into me. You want to eat my ass? King Cobra Davis.
Fuck me with your demon dick, King Cobra.
Fucking King Cobra, ride my ass.
Or corn tattooing on his dick. So it looks like the corn's being peeled fresh from the stalk. And people are like, hey, Cletus, why the hell did you get your dick tattooed with an ear of corn? That looks realistic as all hell. He's like, just wait. He goes and he takes 2 Viagras. And he's standing in the cornfield just waiting patiently. Well, out comes Farmer John's dumb as hell country bumpkin daughter. Yeah, she's 18 years old and dumber than a box of rocks. comes walking through the cornfield and sees Cletus's ear of corn just sticking out of the bushes. Well, she gets to fucking it now until he comes.
Okay.
She don't know better. She's just dumber.
This sounds like a Dear Penthouse letter now,
Yeah.
and not a joke.
Shit. Because, country girls make do, right? Well, anyway, about 9 months later...
Mr. Mumble says,
Yeah.
I ride shanty when cuck permits.
Yeah, do it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pop it out.
I hope you're happy. She squirted.
Oh.
She squirted.
Ugh.
Remember that video? Not cat pee. Not cat pee.
Ugh.
She squirted.
A baby. And her dad is very protective, grabs a shotgun and goes, okay, who the fuck got you pregnant? Fixing to give them a shotgun wedding.
You know that's on video too. They put that on their OnlyFans. Rev's all like, yeah. She's like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking squirt, Rev.
Oh, yeah. I'm leaking like a wild bed, Rev. Ugh.
And she said the corn did it, because like I said, country girls make do. Yeah, talk about children of the corn. It's falling away from me. It's falling away from me.
Now he's singing Corn.
Crawling in my skin, these wounds, they will not heal.
I'll tell you what. Ridiculous.
It's re-fucking-diculous tubes.
Re-damn-diculous.
Redonkulous tubes.
Talk about hot female celebrities. Have you seen...
Oh, you didn't say of age. You didn't say of age.
Whoa,
you didn't say of age. You didn't say of age.
Are you telling me he's
did
talking
not
about
say
11
of
from
age.
Stranger Things?
Oh,
You
he's
better
definitely,
not.
I mean, he's definitely talking about kids. It's disgusting. He did not specify of age. He's talking about kids at the FBI. Someone at the FBI, because we know that works every time someone does it. Someone at the FBI and let them know.
Don't do that. That's a joke.
I mean, it doesn't work.
That's a joke.
The FBI does not pay attention to them being added on Twitter.
I don't know. I always tag
There's
NSA
been-
in my dick pics just so they have to look at it.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. I'd love to get to know her consensually. Yeah.
Jennifer Love Hewitt is probably almost 40.
Yeah, she's still gorgeous, though.
Oh, yeah.
And speaking of hot female celebrities, have you seen the females from the show Friends? Oh my goodness.
They're definitely of age, too.
All three of them chicks are fine. You want to be friends with benefits? That joke was really lame. That joke had no meaning anyway.
He's channeling the other guy.
Yeah,
He's
he
making up
is.
songs.
Well, he's trying to do it to the tune of fucking the Friends theme song.
This
and it's
proves
not good.
this proves he does not understand like tone or anything.
Bustelo says Billy gets Lisa Kudrow, I get Courtney Cox. If we're gonna go family style, who the fuck gets
Okay,
Rachel?
that was kind of funny. Friends with
Who
benefits.
gets Jennifer Aniston? And I'd take Lisa Kudrow. I'd take fucking David Schwimmer in a wig. I don't give a fuck.
I saw Hulu advertising this show called Sex Appeal, and I was just like, what's the deal with people shoving...
Now he's doing his Seinfeld. He did Foxworthy for a little while. Now he's doing, what is the deal with airplane food?
sex into everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for a raunchy sex joke every now and then. You know, it's good, dirty adult humor. But I get so sick and tired of it.
Someone in the chat just said to Brett Keane thumbnail, oh yeah, once we meet the goal, there will be an individual situation. There will be an individual situation. Don't you fucking worry.
Practically every show that's coming out anymore is all about sex, and it's just like, stop.
No one else wants to stop.
Cobes has a problem with Euphoria High. That's Cobes' problem.
Euphoria High?
Yeah.
Is that the high school that he hangs out around that they tell him to not hang out around anymore?
It's the kids that go to high school on the television program Euphoria.
Is it? I've never heard of
Coop
it.
Car!
Yeah!
Coop Car! Yeah! Fuck! Coop Car, I might have overchugged.
Did you kill it? Now there's a little bit.
I
There's
took a big
very
old
little
swig
bit.
for Coop, and there's just like
Very
a
little
fucking
bit.
snazzy bobby bop bop bop. Ugh.
Might as well just finish that.
Ah, the cat! It's part of the rules! Ah. Coop Car gave a big old love. I had to go big for Coop, and now I'm almost done.
That big volcanic vomit that you did years ago on the show, that was great. And you just like vomited all over your chest.
Big volcanic vomit.
You're just like,
wanna puke down on my chest. Made a stinking mess. My vomit omelet.
And in that advertisement, they're like,
I watched Ben eat an egg yesterday.
Bacon and egg.
I watched Ben eat an egg yesterday. That's what I was telling the audience. Ben's not a big egg eater, but I watched him eat an egg yesterday.
Normally. I don't normally eat eggs.
He got a burger, and the burger came with an egg. And you know what Ben did? He
just ate it.
He could have easily pulled the egg off, like it wasn't like messed up in the burger. But you were like, "I'll just eat it."
Yeah.
That told me Ben's not a baby about his food.
No, not at all.
He just has preferences.
I used to be a baby about food when I was younger.
Yeah, when I saw you do that, I was like, Ben's not a food baby at all. It's not a baby thing where you don't eat egg. You just have preferences.
Yeah, like I'll try most things.
about having practice partners, and I'm like,
So I've tried eggs and I don't care for them normally.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
I thought I should tell the audience about that,
Oh,
though. It's a good character point that Ben is not a food baby when he says he doesn't like eggs.
That's why I get annoyed by like Hannibal type food babies. I get annoyed by that.
I think Hannibal is a bit of a food baby, but also like Hannibal says he's going to try it when he comes out
He'll
here.
try. Okay, you know what? I'll accept it.
We'll have to see.
There's no such thing as practice partners because you do it for the first time with someone like that, you're going to catch feelings.
Ah! Dude, that is vile. Why do you drink like that? Where did you get that from? That is fucking gross. You are gross, good sir.
170 calories per can.
Yeah, that's a lot of calories with no nutrients
I wonder
whatsoever.
how many grams of sugar is in a Mountain Dew.
A lot.
We're talking like 40.
I mean, you can pull it up. Mountain Dew nutrition facts are definitely out there.
Yeah. Mountain Dew nutrition facts. Let go.
Let's see.
Mountain Dew nutrition facts. In a can of Mountain Dew, 170 calories. Oh, baby. 46 grams of sugar.
In one serving?
In one serving. That's 92% of the daily suggested value of
How
sugar.
much is one serving? Like 6 ounces? 8?
It's one can, 12 ounces.
12 ounces.
Stand up.
Huh.
It's 60 milligrams of sodium.
Telling me now, if I drink 2 cans of Mountain Dew, that's
Oh, it must be
200
green.
plus calories of sugary
It wasn't
caffeinated
showing
green
because it's green.
goodness. Oh, ain't that something?
That's nothing.
Yeah, I feel like Cobes is going to get like neuropathy of the feet because of how much he drinks and like all the sugar and shit.
Sugar, do.
A lot of people get like alcohol-induced neuropathy in their feet if they binge drink a lot.
And if you like this kind of video, hit the like button. I can do more stand-up comedy. I'll at least try.
Please do, Cobes. This was most definitely what was up. I wonder if you guys are enjoying this as much as I am.
We're all enjoying it. And we're at 88%, almost 89%.
88.9%
of the goal. Like, that's so close. Let's keep it up. We've got plenty more content. We're not going to stop the show immediately when the goal is met. So
yeah, we can't. I'm drunk.
He's drunk. He's got to drive.
Anyways,
So I got all kinds of other stuff too.
88.9 is a radio station in Seattle that is located on Mercer Island.
Yep. Yeah, is that like a student radio station?
Yes. It's
Yeah,
a student
I've heard
radio.
it before. Driving around, I think it shares it with the high school there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we got to 88.9%, I was like, that's the fucking local radio station.
Yeah,
on Mercer Island.
There was a college radio station that I used to work at in Toledo that was 88.3. 88.3 FM WXUT.
Is NPR, is that 88.5?
I don't know. There's a few public radio stations, like KEXP is a public radio station too.
Yeah, I had some friends who would host the hip hop night on KXP. That was
KEXP was like they were the first stations in Seattle to play like Pearl Jam and Nirvana and Soundgarden and shit like that.
when I first was on the radio, way back in the day. I was on KXP, KUBE, and C89.5. I think it was C89.5. It was one of those other. But there's 3 radio stations all the same week. The same week I got on radio. I thought that was so fucking cool.
I saw the KEXP studios when I was at the arena the other night. I walked right by it because it's right there, right next to it.
Yeah, I used to go in studio and do interviews, and I thought it was so fucking sweet. And I was like, I'm on the radio, and then I did a KXP interview, and then the DJ that was doing the interview also had a Drive at 5 on Cube 93, and he was mixing one of my tracks in with the Drive at 5. And everybody's like, dude, I just heard you on Cube. And I'm like, no, that was KEXP. Like, no, I heard you on Cube. And it was like, I was like, oh, I was on Cube. I was like, that's fucking tight. And then I was on another one the same week. And I was like, dude, I'm blowing up. And then they were like, by the way, radio don't mean shit today because everything's on fucking line.
Yep.
So I thought I was so tight for like 4 seconds. And then fast forward 12 years. And I'm like, well, music was fun and all. I gotta put out a new album.
Should do another live show.
If anybody watching,
so just set up a live show while everyone's in town, so we can all go to it.
Yes, let's go. Maybe I'll see. It's so short notice. I don't know if anything will be available. But if anybody right now listening has an uncle that works for like Jive Records, tell them you need Billy the Fridge to get signed for a record label. I'll put out a fucking album.
I bet they could slide you in on a weekday night.
On a weekday night, maybe I get Hannibal too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Me and Hannibal and Monty and
Monty can do his like live art thing, and
you can play guitar. And does Jeff do any music?
I don't. I think he has a banjo. I think he plays banjo.
Banjo.
Yeah.
We could just do like a fucking.
It would sound like awful if we didn't actually rehearse anything. It would be awful.
The thing is, I do a lot of freestyling. So Hannibal could have the fucking beat ready, and he could do the beat, and then we could cue over to you, and you could do guitar, and Jeff could play along with it on the banjo, and I could just make something up as we go, and the audience would be like, oh, because one, they're fans of us, and if they're not, they see all of our confidence, and they just love it.
You ever seen the musical performance in Revenge of the Nerds? Can we do that?
I remember
Can we do a
that.
reenactment of it?
Yeah, that shit was fucking great. Beep boop beep
Yeah,
boop beep boop boop.
Yeah, that shit was ridiculous. Oh God.
Beep boop beep boop beep boop boop. She says my uncle is Don King. Well, get him to fucking sign me to a record deal, and I'll box anybody for a record deal.
Don King?
I don't give a fuck. Jeff seems like the kind of guy who either plays really, really well or owns a guitar and only knows power chords. Do you think Jeff even owns a guitar?
I don't know if he owns a guitar, but I know he plays banjo.
Yeah, when you said Jeff has a banjo, that made
Yeah.
more sense than a guitar to me.
Yeah.
Because like there's guys who play the guitar and girls love guitarists, and there's guys who play the banjo because they don't want to get proficient at the guitar, and they know that like they'll never be the best guitarist in the room.
It's a very different kind of instrument.
But with the banjo, you can be like, yeah, I play banjo. And if you know something basic on banjo, it's very impressive. Knowing something basic on guitar is not really impressive to girls. But knowing a basic banjo is.
Okay.
See, Jeff is cerebral with his peacock.
I don't know if it's about being impressive to girls.
If I know anything about Jeff, it's that he is a fine specimen. Jeff knows that he is appealing to the ladies, and he plays it up. He's a fucking a magnet. Cobes has a record label. Get him to produce your own album, Billy. Well, I tried to get Cobes signed to a record deal recently.
Yeah.
I was trying to get Cobes signed up. I had a good friend of mine who was ready to push Cobes to the meme roof. And Cobes was like...
He just ignored you. He didn't even respond, right?
Yeah, Cobes was like, I'm not even going to answer this with a question. Banjo? Oh, hashtag banjo. Look at B-Ball Julian making a banjo joke.
Banjo joke. Banjo joke.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Drunken Peasants Podcast, episode 989. That's right.
That's true.
Now,
and here we are.
Our current percentage of the goal is 889. If you want to get us to 88.9, if you want to get us to 98.9% of the way to the goal, I'm going to do the math off the top of my head. If you want to get us to 98.9% of the goal, I'm drunk. The math here, okay. To get to 98.9% of the goal, we need... Fuck, this is not good. We need...
This is not good.
To get to 98.9% of the goal, we need you to send in 70... No.
11.5.
Send in $87.20 to get us to 98.9% of the goal. I'm sure that's not correct. I'm
Carry
sure
the two.
$78.90 is not correct because that would put us to 99.9 basically. So yeah, $77.74 to get us to the goal. $77.74. I'm gonna do the math now on my phone and see how close I am. Calculator, come up. $77.74 plus 7/11/18 equals 78,892. Fuck, I did it short. That's not no. I give up, guys. What are you guys doing for episode 69,420? Well,
Dying.
Ben and I were gonna switch our medications that episode. I was going to take Ben's medications. He's going to take my medications. We're going to see which one of us dies off of not getting our proper
we have to
dosage.
think about this. It's taken like over 8 years to get to 1,000. So, yeah.
1,000. But
don't see that one coming.
But you said 8 years, right?
Yeah, more than 8 years.
Here's the thing, though. We were over 400 episodes 5 years ago.
Yeah, because we sped it up to 3.
Yeah.
And there's been eras where there were only 2 a week, and then 3, and then back to 2. And
here's how I see it. Okay, Spotify cancels Joe Rogan because he's naughty, and they come to us and they give us Joe Rogan money, and Ben and I curate a 24/7 Drunken Peasants podcast network.
Spotify is not getting rid
and
of,
we throw big money to our buddies Hannibal and Monty. We throw big monies to Adam and Scott. We throw big monies to Jeff Holiday and crew, and we throw big monies to Sofane and Fat Pat to give them all 1 hour blocks every day or every other day, and we curate a huge network, and each episode will go to the number count. And within 17 years of this network creating, we will have 69,420 episodes because of all of the episodes we start doing. It's not that far off, guys.
You guys should die on stream. That'd be funny if we just kept saying we're gonna die on stream, but then we'd like dye like our hair or something, like something stupid, or like tie dye a T-shirt or something. It'd be like, yeah.
I wonder.
We just died on stream.
I wonder when we're gonna see a streamer get pronounced legally dead on stream, then be brought back to life.
I don't want that to happen.
I don't want it to happen, but I feel like it could happen, right? With IRL streaming, with the state of streaming,
anything could happen.
there could be somebody who like gets pronounced dead on stream, and then get brought back to life.
There could be.
I don't think it's a matter of if, but a matter of when.
There could be.
Nog Champa to battle the Billy Stink. I don't think I've been farting that bad tonight.
I'm just waiting. Yeah, it is Nag Champa actually. And you know what? We're waiting so we can. I'm holding off on this next segment. I'm just waiting to meet the goal because we don't. Yeah, we got to do it. So send in some Streamlabs. Get us over the hump here. I'll play something else in the meantime, I guess.
Brett would be very disappointed by that clickbait. I mean, the idea is
that's all he ever does.
But also the comparison was that Brett looked mighty similar to Ethan Ralph when Ethan Ralph got beat up.
Yeah.
That was the idea. Wasn't that we were going to play Brett, but the idea was that we were going to show you how they look similar.
But I do have.
But we are going to play Brett when we hit that go. Big lad farts are as bad for the ozone as farmed cow farts. That's not true, Kirk99. You're on the wrong side of history. Technology with streaming is advancing every day. Billy's right. I mean, Mr. Mumbles, I don't think I'm wrong, but I'm glad you agree with me. I wonder how long until we're going to have like drones everywhere. So if you're not inside, there's no chance that you're off of camera. Right? Like if you're not in the privacy of your own home with your windows down, with your shades down, they're going to be able to do a camera block where they so they don't get sued for looking inside people's windows. They'll be able to camera block windows and have everything that's publicly available via window through drone camera footage. It's happening.
Have you seen the tweet? Because here's the tweet.
Candice Owens says, now for some lighthearted fun. What's the one conspiracy theory that no matter what anyone says you believe is true? Mine is that the moon landing in 1969 was completely faked. Just nothing about it makes sense, especially NASA accidentally erasing the original footage. Remember the BBC? They've been around for longer than NASA, right?
Yeah.
The BBC lost a bunch of episodes of Doctor Who. A lot of the original episodes of Doctor Who got lost. That's the problem with film, is that it does not last the test of time.
Yeah, yeah.
So NASA accidentally erasing the footage, losing the footage. It does sound a little like how could they? But also they could. A lot of the early WWE Network footage almost got burned in a fire.
I don't know why it's so hard for people to believe that, like, they believe we go into space, but they don't believe that people landed on the moon. It's not that difficult. It's not that far away.
Well, the idea is that at that point in time that we didn't have the technology that we needed,
but we did.
Well, I mean, if we base it off of what we believe to be true, we did. But they're saying
there were people taking balloons up out of the like almost completely out of the atmosphere, even back then.
Yeah,
too.
but the idea here is that our government wanted to beat Russia, so they faked the moon landing. That's the idea.
We had already had people. Well, Russia beat us to the first man in space, but then we had people in space, and that's confirmed. So, and they had sent animals into space and all kinds of crazy shit before that. It was like it's not like the moon is pretty close, so it's not. I mean, like going to another planet, that's really tough, and that's why we still haven't done that because it's so far away,
so much further away than the moon.
Yeah,
a planet is orbiting the sun. The moon is orbiting the Earth.
Exactly.
But yeah, people. That's why people have this thought. They think because of Kubrick's work on 2001: A Space Odyssey, that Kubrick fucking faked the landing.
Yeah, that's
and a lot of
crazy.
people that say that Kubrick couldn't have faked the landing because the technology to fake the landing didn't exist, whereas the landing on the moon did exist at the time. It's funny. Billy is wrong. I don't know what you said I was wrong about. Sam Campbell, let's get a sip. I don't know what you said I was wrong about, Honest Red, but I would like to correct you by saying no.
No, you cannot do that.
I'm just sipping now. I'm just sipping, baby. Before you read this tweet, recall that this woman is a highly influential pundit and a rising star in the conservative movement. She's one of their best and brightest. And yet she appears to be 2 sniffs of airplane glue and grilled cheese Jesus away from being Michelle Bachmann. Before we get too far into this, I want to tell you right now why this is a problem. And we're trying to write her off as crazy or stupid. The problem is Candice Owens' audience trusts her more than they trust the government. And that's really what we need to take away from this. Why do they trust her more than they trust the government? Don't worry about her being stupid or dumb and crazy. Worry about why these people are willing to go to Candice Owens for their fucking information than our fucking government. That's the question.
I think part of it's because she reinforces beliefs that they already have, and they find her more appealing and entertaining.
But you know why they have these beliefs? It's because there's a lot of things the government does that doesn't add up to them. And maybe that's not all their fault. You don't need me to tell you that Candice Owens is a conspiracy theorist. She's been a leader in the conservative push to kill as many fellow conservatives as possible based on the theory that it will drive Joe Biden's approval ratings down among the surviving Americans who are smart enough not to listen to people like Candice Owens in the first place. Or maybe Owens really is convinced that the COVID-19 vaccine is the mark of the beast. I can't wait to get to heaven to see St. Peter weighing my case. Let's see. You took the mark of the beast 3 times. Not necessarily a deal breaker. And you masturbated. Wait, this can't be right. Oh my God. This is from the 1979 JCPenney Spring Catalog bra section. All the humanity. Giant flushing sound. Anyway, Owens' vaccine conspiracy theorist extraordinaire also just casually mentioned that she doesn't believe the moon landing happened. Because why would she? She can say practically anything she wants and still hold on to her barmy fan base. Remember when Trump said that his fan base was so fervent they could kill somebody in broad daylight and get away with it?
Yes.
Well, this is...
You could always depend on him for some brutal honesty.
This is his fan base saying, yeah, fucking kill him. We don't care.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting because I noticed people in her kind of position have to keep going further and further into like the craziness. I don't think she actually believes this. I think this is where it's gone. This is what it's gotten
I like
to.
how she flipped her shit on Minnie Mouse wearing pants. Like, did you see that? It's similar to this green M&M thing where the right is flipping their shit on
over cartoon characters.
Well, yeah, little fucking cartoon characters and advertisements not holding the traditional feminine values. This is right-wing pundit Candice Owens joined the Fox News war on cartoons by attacking Minnie Mouse Wednesday. Disneyland Paris, okay, this is Disneyland Paris, announced earlier in the day that it would celebrate its 30-year anniversary in collaboration with Stella McCartney, who designed a new pantsuit for the
Paul's
cartoon
daughter.
character Minnie Mouse. Paul McCartney's daughter, Stella McCartney, designed a pantsuit for Minnie Mouse. It will be worn in March, which is Women's History Month, by the person who plays Minnie Mouse at the French theme park.
I have the video too, by the way, the one that's down below here.
Yeah.
Do you want to check it out?
Yeah.
All right, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is why people don't take these people seriously. They're taking all of these things that nobody was offended by. It's like they have to get rid of them and destroy them because they're bored. You know,
I think they invited a fashion designer to design fashion for one of their cartoon characters. I don't think they're like changing the gender of Minnie Mouse or
It was
anything
for
like that.
1 month.
Right.
And here's the thing. It's Women's Month. Maybe you could argue, why does Women's Month want to wear pantsuits, right? Why are they pushing the agenda that for Women's Month we shouldn't be embracing the femininity of a dress and skirt? The answer would be because women want to feel more independent from a projectionally male-dominated society. That's why. So they want to have their Women's Month where they're wearing pantsuits because they feel like that's a small victory in a male-dominated society. But
absolutely bored. They're trying to destroy fabrics of our society and pretending that there's issues. So everybody looks over here. Look at Minnie Mouse. Don't look at inflation, Jesse. Look at Minnie Mouse. The world is going forward because you've got her in a pantsuit.
Don't look
Never
at
mind
inflation.
that you can't get anything at the grocery.
Right now.
We're looking like I wish I wasn't looking at it.
You're saying look at Minnie Mouse, and we're looking at Minnie Mouse. Now, would you go further onto this inflation that you're trying to perpetuate, or are you using an unfortunate Shane M? Cheers. Are using an unfortunate condition in the Biden administration's advancement towards the future of America, which you can't delve any further into, as a talking point when it comes to this pantsuit? Is there more meat to the inflation or more meat to the pantsuit?
My meat's getting inflated.
Or are we making a very fucking baseless bitch broth soup out of inflation and pantsuits? Where's the meat? I want stew, bitch. Cheers.
Store and you can't buy a piece of bacon unless you've got $30 in your
Bottle's
pocket.
done,
At least
Dad.
we're addressing the real problem.
Damn.
Which is Minnie Mouse.
That's right.
Wow, she's so passionate about that. That was totally genuine and real.
Which
It's
is
not-
Minnie Mouse.
It's not diverting people away from real problems.
Fanatical bell lover says Billy mansplaining. Do you need me to ring a bell? Is that what you need? This is about to be saved by the bell up in here, Kelly Kapowski. You call me a fucking mansplainer. Michigan superintendent denies rumor that litter boxes were put in bathroom for students who identified as furries.
Yeah.
A Michigan superintendent denied that litter boxes had been added to a school bathroom for students who identified as furries. And then Insider goes on to let us know furries are people interested in anthropomorphized animals who sometimes dress up in fursuits or wear tails. I like these girls that wear the tails and it's just a butt plug with a tail on it.
Those do exist.
Yeah, they're just like sitting around in their regular e-girl outfit with a tail, and you're like, she's flaunting a butt plug. That's the side of furry that has like, it overlaps into regular
stuff.
society. Oh, you see, sexual. There's a lot of furry and sexual that overlaps in other ways.
Yeah.
But it overlaps into regular society. Because you're like, oh, this girl's got a tail. Regular society is saying, oh, she's also a butt
Most
plug.
furries are men and gay men, the majority.
I mean,
Yes.
it's the numbers don't matter though. Like most fuckable women are men. For the co-chair of the state GOP fueled the rumor on Facebook, writing, "Parent heroes will take back our schools." Parent heroes will take back our schools. Should we go back to the meat of the fucking article and read that?
Yes.
A superintendent in Michigan denied rumors that schools had added litter boxes to bathrooms for use by students who identified as furries. It is unconscionable that this afternoon I am sending this communication, Midland Public Schools Superintendent Michael E. Sharrow wrote in a post on Facebook. However, our Midland PS stakeholders may be confused about a false message accusation that has resurfaced this week and is gaining traction in the social media realm. Furries are individuals who take a particular interest in anthropomorphized animals. Some who identify as furries wear animal costumes or tails. Okay, can I just point out, Insider, you fucking suck. You're supposed to be a fucking journalistic program I read your stupid title of this dumb fucking article. The title was fire. You repeated the fucking fire-ass title in your bullet points. Then the next 2 bullet points were legitimately the fucking first paragraph or the second paragraph of your dumb fucking article. I just reread your stupid bullet points. Fuck you, Insider. You suck. Die in a fire in Minecraft. Fuck you. Cheryl said the rumor was brought up by a parent during a school board meeting in December last year. As the Morning Sun reported at the December 20th meeting of the Midland Public Schools Board, a parent said she was disturbed after she heard a litter box had been added for use in at least one all-gender restroom in one of the district schools for students who identified as cats. Yesterday I heard something and I was stunned. And today I'm equally stunned, she said, according to a video of the meeting posted to YouTube. As Insider previously reported, school board meetings across the U.S. have become the latest battleground for hot topic social and political issues. Our community needs to understand that the agenda that is being pushed through our schools is somewhat nefarious when it comes to some of the activities. So let's talk about furries, the woman said, adding she planned to do more investigation. As the Morning Sun reported, no board members responded to the claim that the December 20th meeting, but Cheryl on Thursday dismissed it entirely. Let me be clear. In this communication, he wrote, there is no truth whatsoever to this false statement accusation. There have never been litter boxes within MPS schools. The rumor was also spread on Facebook by Michonne Medic, the co-chair of the Michigan GOP. Kids who identify as furries get a litter box in the school bathroom. Parent heroes will take back our schools, Maddock wrote. It is such a source of disappointment that I felt the necessity to communicate this message to you, Cheryl said in the message on Facebook, telling parents to send him a message if they have ever had a question with any wild accusations that don't sound like something the district would do. Look, guys, if somebody tells you that there's a gift basket full of gender fluid in our school cafeteria, just let us know. We'll tell you that's not true. They're calling. Hide the gift basket full of gender fluid. The parents are calling. Mom, today for lunch they were out of milk. So they forced us to drink gender fluid, Mom. I had a tummy ache during our critical race theory class. Mom. So fucking stupid. Put a fucking kitty litter basket in every goddamn bathroom so I can piss and shit.
You want to drink gender fluid?
Dude, I was at this girl's house and I went and took a big shit in her bathroom and I clogged her fucking toilet and I got super embarrassed. So I peeled the turd out of her toilet. I peeled the fucking turd out of her toilet and threw it into the kitty litter box. I threw it in her fucking kitty litter box thinking that I'd cleared out the toilet. And then the next day she called me and asked if I took a shit in her kitty litter box. And I'm thinking it wasn't that big of a turd. You know, it wasn't a normal human turd. It was a small one that somehow clogged the toilet. And then I said, no, I didn't take a shit in your kitty litter box. And then she told me that her cat had been dead for a fucking week.
So you took your shit in the...
So she knew it had to have been me.
Damn.
I was like, no, the window was open, though. I was like, I seen a bobcat outside the window. I was like, I seen a bobcat out there.
This is crazy.
Yeah, she didn't fucking know, dude. I convinced her she had a bobcat and she won't leave her window open, which sucks because when I go over there to shit now, I stink up the bathroom where there's no breeze. But now that I bring my own fucking what's that called? Roto-Rooter or whatever it is. I bring a Roto-Rooter. I have my sex kit. I have my Ethan Ralph Gucci bag, my Gucci purse, sex kit. Gucci. It's got condoms, it's got lubricant, it's got snacks, and it's got a Roto-Rooter in it. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Let's check this out.
I said that I would draw the next $20 donation that was sent in. We had Coop Car's $100 dono, with no message. And then Shane M sent a $20 dono with no message. I've been on deck ready to draw a $20 donation. And all the 20 donations have had 0 messages in them. My overnight bag, hell yeah, I keep a Roto-Rooter in my overnight bag. That shit doubles as a wild sex toy if you get real fucking weird.
This is The Fire Rises. Welcome to today's show. Now, I am not a medical expert, scientist, or a doctor, so I want to make it clear there is no medical information being given here. This is just a what if, a what if scenario. As far as this really cool, they call it the miracle compound, graphene, actually got in your body. Now, I'm going to show you a video that just came out yesterday where they were talking about what could happen if this miracle drug gets in you. And it's almost like, whoa, I was thinking and wondering, I don't know how they possibly could ever get people to take it, but if they did, maybe you could transform into a superhero or be like the T.
Whoa, where are we going?
Wouldn't that be kind of cool?
Wouldn't that be kind of cool?
But in all seriousness, there's important things you want to listen to here. Now, I had to edit out a part in there because there was some crazy talk about conspiracy people thinking that this could potentially be in, be in some stuff, some products maybe that people were ingesting or putting in them. This is all just a what if, because graphene's, we're experimenting on it still. We're learning all about it. We're certainly experimenting on the human race as we speak. But keep in mind some of the things they talk about. What would happen if it crossed the brain, the blood-brain barrier, which is important because, I couldn't imagine how they could do that. They have to get up in your nose, I guess, to do that.
I don't know who this person is. Someone sent me this video. It sounds crazy.
Ben, do you want to have a competition to see who can fit their pinky further up their nose?
No.
Which would be kind of crazy. Couldn't think of any way that they could.
I'm not doing it. Don't do it.
But it's just a very interesting thoughts here from the video talking about just the benefits from everything we've seen on studies on mice. And, of course, that's all we've studied it on is mice. Talking about nanoparticles.
That's pretty good.
Killing off blood cells, things like that. It's very, very interesting. So take a look at this.
I'm going to
Isn't
go piss
this neat?
and wash my hands off.
Good idea. All right, I'm going to stop this for now. What are we doing? Here we go. Billy's knocking things over and kicking things. He's trapped. He can't open the door. He's trapped in here forever. Oh, no, he made it. All right. So he's out of the room for a moment. How's everybody doing? Please like the stream, subscribe. Like it again and again and again and again. And help us meet the goal. Got like $59. Little bit less than that. Bullpuss. There's a new type of electric car called the e-bussy. You guys can look it up. It's an all-electric, autonomous... It's a concept at this point, but they're planning to release it. I saw a commercial the other day on YouTube. The e-bussy. I'm being serious, too. I wonder if I could find the ad for it. Let's see. It's 10 vehicles in one. You can, I'll just put it right here. He'll show it. And as you can see, it says the e-bussy. Here it is. This is what it looks like. It's like an interchangeable car. It could become all these different things, like a truck. Oh, shit. You can't see it yet. Sorry about that. My bad. Here we go. It's right here. Yeah, this is the e-bussy. The e-bussy. Here's like the regular mode of it. Completely autonomous driving. Yeah, it's a transformer. Quack, 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 quack. I wish it made the transformer noise when you switched it. I think the steering wheel can be moved around in it. It's funny because the ad that I saw the other day, you can't find the video on YouTube. I've searched for it. But it was pretty cool. Oh, it looks like they have built some, though, because I see... here's a video of someone actually driving one. Or of one driving itself, rather. Interesting. The e-bussy. E-bussy. What's that e-bussy doing? Let's see the inside of it. Yeah, this is crazy. It's very, very strange looking. You guys want the bussy? The e-bussy?
Well, 11, 10, 9, 8.
Fuck Mr.
Oh, okay. Let's see what this is all about.
11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
Take that e-bussy for the test drive.
Hello there, partner. What's up, Mr. Lantern?
Yo! Fuck Mr. Lantern. You sick, fucking nasty, fat ball.
What this music is. So I don't really want to play too much of it because I have no fucking idea what it is. Billy went to the bathroom. He's very drunk. I'm just sitting here waiting for him to come back. If anyone wants to throw a couple bucks to help us reach our goal, we're very close to it. Billy will read out whatever you send in before we start the next segment. Oh, it's from the movie Requiem for a Dream. Yeah. Definitely don't want that around. Oh, that'll probably end up getting cut out if they give us like a copyright thing for it. It's good that YouTube allows you to clip out things that give you copyright claims now. I wish I had that back in the day. I used to have to take the video down, edit it, and then re-upload it with the edit. It used to take forever. Looks like we're going to bring Doug to Naples back again. Should we just have an episode with Doug where we don't talk about things that we'll argue about and we just talk about, like, Earthworm Jim and comic books and shit? Or should we just bring someone on for him to argue with again? I don't know. Maybe we'll take a poll about that. He's very knowledgeable about a lot of things. We just can't talk to him about religion. Maybe we can convince him to smoke weed someday. Maybe he'll do that. Doug needs to smoke weed. Do it, Doug. He does drink. Yes, he does drink. Yeah, I don't think he's ever smoked weed. It's like a weird thing for him. I don't think he's ever lived in a place where weed is legal before. I'm sure he's visited. It was, yeah, I don't think he's used to interacting with it. Let's get it up to 250 likes. We can do that. We're at 237 right now. Sure, Billy's fine. He's probably just taking a dump or something. I don't think he's puking. He didn't drink that much. He's just drunk. He's never left his state. No, I'm sure he's left his state. I'm sure that Doug Tenable has left his state. Because I don't even think he was born in the state that he lives in, so... I just heard the toilet seat like slam down really hard, which means Billy has just gotten up from the toilet and the toilet like stuck to his ass and then fell down. That's definitely what just happened. He's not passed out. No, he's there. Have you ever done that? Like you stand up from the toilet and the toilet seat sticks to your ass for a second and then like slowly like it gets unstuck and then like slams down? I'm sure that's happened to someone at least once. He's used that toilet more than I have probably. He's put in more hard hours and more hard time into that toilet than I have. And in that bathroom, he puked in the bathtub one time. This is like a Cope stand-up set. I'm not telling any jokes. I'm just telling you what he's done. Welcome back. When you got up from the toilet, did the toilet seat stick to your ass for a second and then fall down? I thought I heard that.
It probably did.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I actually know what it was. When I stood up, I kicked the toilet. And I said, fuck you. And then it said, it wasn't my fault, Billy.
Oh, shit.
So I'm going to explain myself because I got Catholic guilt. I went in there and I sat down on the toilet. You know my rule, I stand to pee. And I sat down because I thought there might be a little something extra on deck. And I didn't want to be a piss sitter. So I pushed. And I got a little bit of a squeegee, a little Dunkin' Donut hole dropped out. Tiny little turd. But it wasn't an easy one to come out. So I sat there for a while and I was like, is this it? Is this all you've got? I stood up and I kicked the fucking toilet. I said, you son of a bitch.
Jerk.
Eat my turds, I said to the toilet. And the toilet says, not my fault, Billy.
That should be your new catchphrase. Eat my turds.
Eat my turds. Have you watched Kyle Kalinske and Vaush talk about the situation in Ukraine?
I have not.
Yeah, I haven't either. Fuck the situation in Ukraine. Did you guys know that there are truckers in Canada?
Yeah, I actually have a video about that.
Oh, God.
The thing in Ukraine, I'm not surprised. Like, Vladimir Putin is basically eternal president of Russia. So he'll just flex his muscles, and if he thinks land is his, I think he wants to slowly rebuild the USSR, maybe not as a communist country, but he wants all that land that used to be part of the USSR back. And he'll either do that by invading it or just installing puppet leaders in some of these countries.
Back in the USSR.
Like in, there's all kinds of countries over there that, like, the leaders are in league with Putin that used to be part of the USSR.
Back in the USSR.
Back in the USSR.
You don't know how lucky you are. Back in the USSR. I should have never said. That was my downfall.
Are you praising Stalin now, by the way? Is that what you're doing?
Yep.
Oh. Just moved to Russia.
Heil Stalin.
Oh, my God.
Is that racist?
I don't think so.
Fuck.
Oh, here's the trucker thing. It's like truckers against vaccinations or something.
Yeah,
Isn't
they
that what
don't
it
want
is?
they don't want to be forced to get a vax to drive their trucks. Trucker freedom. Freedom.
Are they saying they don't have freedom? Because it looks like they have a lot of it right here.
Dave Valensky says, I always knew Billy was a thanky. What's a thanky? Someone who likes Thanksgiving?
I think they mean tanky.
Huh. I don't know what that is either. Back in the USSR.
It's like a militant communist that likes Stalin and Mao and shit like that.
Totes me. I'm a big fan of Mouth the Dong.
Zao Dadong?
Mouth the Dong.
I do it for the weed money.
Do it for the weed money. Drunken
Do it
Mechanic
for the
Raymond
weed
Cheers.
money. We're so close.
Glad you got your weed money. And
Look at
then
these
also
guys. They
enough
don't
to
have
give us
any
a little,
freedom. I feel so bad for them. No freedom at all.
Well, you know what?
Almost no masks here, too, by the way.
Well, I don't care about the masks. If they want freedom, they should be holding American flags. Freedom!
The hilarious thing about that is there are certain things that are way more free in Canada than there are here.
What, healthcare?
And there's other things like the weed is federally legal there. They had federal same-sex marriage like a decade before the United States did. We wouldn't have these weird like anti-abortion laws like they wouldn't have those up there like we have here. There's a bunch of shit like that.
I don't see American flags, but these people want to hold up red, white, and blue signs. Please. You need to quit. What's it called when you steal from a culture? My American freedom is not your Halloween costume, Canada.
Country back, you know. It's not.
We just want to take our country back, you know.
Not just for the truckers, but we support them. But it's for the entire country. It's actually for the entire world. Like
back in the USSR.
See, they're here on behalf of the whole world.
On your own, then that's fine. But if people don't want to, then we should have the choice to choose.
You know what though?
I mean, if it got so out of hand that there was like a new variant that was highly contagious and deadly, like if the death rates of it were just like off the charts, they would literally like have to mandate vaccines, and it wouldn't be a choice at all. So, I mean, like, ultimately, they will make the choice for you if it got bad enough.
If it gets that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did do a Wisconsin accent. It was more Wisconsin than Canadian. You're right.
Freedom.
Well, I'm here because I'm already free, and all these people are free, and we're all coming together, because right now this is a time for coming together and not being standing apart, and not being
No, literally, it's the opposite of that.
torn apart, not losing our jobs, not losing
Our jobs.
This is fantastic. You can tell I'm good. I said I would draw the $20 dono. This is Drunken's $20 dono. I'm going to read it. Drunken Mechanic Raymond. For $20, the first $20 dono with a message said, I hate work, but I do it for the weed money. Okay? So here is the fucking... I suck. This is Drunken Mechanic Raymond working, and he's angry, and he's thinking
about the weed money.
He's thinking about that weed money. Look at that stupid fucking weed leaf. That was a shitty weed leaf, dude. I might as well draw Lisa Simpson from the back giving some suck it for cash. What is going on? But that's you, Drunken Mechanic Raymond. Hating work, but thinking about the weed money.
families, coming together and being free together.
High art. There
Learn
you
how to
go.
appreciate it, Beardson.
Beardson, you fucking doofus.
When I see people protesting on an overpass, I just ignore them. There was that one night when the like BLM protests were going on in Seattle, though. We were driving on the freeway, and all of a sudden there's all these people just walking on the interstate.
Yeah.
Someone got hit and killed while that shit was going on.
A couple days later,
It's kind
I'm
of
pretty sure.
It's a bad idea. It's a pretty bad idea.
Isolation Agra says, don't know too much about this, but this will cause an upswing in rookie drivers. With that there will a lot of rookie mistakes, and I'm here for more trucker memes. At the cost of what? Introduce Doug to G-Man.
I haven't talked to G-Man in a long, long time.
Who's Doug?
Doug Tenaple. I was
We
saying.
haven't talked to him in a long time either.
Well, while you were out of the room, I was saying I'm getting a book to come back on.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is just a bunch of people standing out in the snow with semi-trucks and... Okay. I mean...
Beautiful. They're protesting their right to cough.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. Proud of you, Canada. You hockey hosers.
I guess it just depends on how many people they're around. If they're sitting alone in their trucks all day, that's one thing.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. At this point in time, my thought is
I wish way more people than what ended up doing it got the vaccine, but it is what it is. I just hope we don't get that crazy variant that I was talking about earlier that's like highly contagious and deadly.
But would the vaccines even matter for that? Even
Well,
like
that's even worse. That's even worse.
Yeah.
Because there could be one that's just really bad for, like, highly contagious and very bad for people who don't have it, who don't have the vaccine, but one that's, like, vaccine resistant, and, I mean, that's just craziness. I don't know.
I just hope
for the best.
I just hope that everybody gets horny and fucks at episode 1000. That's all I care about. Sophane walking in with his sexy ass cowboy outfit.
Cowboy outfit.
And he's like, "Her, I'm Cowboy Curtis," and I'm like, "Oh, is this
That was
Pee-wee's
Lawrence
Playhouse?
Fishburne. That was Cowboy
Is
Curtis.
this Pee-wee's Playhouse? Are they
Captain Carl shows
They
up.
recast Cowboy Curtis?
Is Jeff Holiday Captain Carl?
Yeah, and Jeff Holliday's like, I'm Captain Carl. And I was like, ooh.
And that was Phil Hartman. Two super famous guys on Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Yeah, and then I whip out my fucking Pee-wee Playhouse, and I'm like, fuck yeah. You guys want to sit on my chair?
The gay is really coming out of Billy right now.
My chair's name is Cherry. Oh, yeah.
All it took was a small bottle of whiskey.
What? It's not gay.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about freedom, Canadian freedom. That top-tier Canadian freedom. Stand up. Stand up. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here's my closing argument. We've done upwards of 200 of these bonus shows.
A lot of them.
We've done almost 200 bonus shows.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to do another 200 bonus shows, all we need from you is cult-like support.
Cult-like support.
Join my cult. When I'm sober, I'll say the same things I say now. If you join my cult, you'll have unfettered access to my unfettered access to my delicious spice cabinet.
Your spice cabinet. What kind of spices are in there?
Cumin.
Oh, there's lots of cumin going on.
I have all the good spices.
How much cumin's going on in there?
There's a good amount of cumin. I have coriander in my cabinet. I have what's that really expensive one? Saffron. I have saffron.
Got nutmeg?
I got nutmeg. I got so much cinnamon. Her booty look like a Cinnabon. Finish the bottle over perspective. Cheers.
I knew you had nutmeg. I was just testing.
I got so much cinnamon. Her booty look like a Cinnabon. Coming, I just spit it on her butt cheeks, then I get it on. Young Bill Fridge is written on. Sincerely at the postcard. Yeah, you know why. Goes hard. Sniffing like a nose tart. I'm a nose tart.
Are you?
Got paprika. Thank you, Northern. Cheers. Cheers. We hit that goal.
Lemon salt. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Individual situation. Check out the beautiful asshole.
The individual Brett Keane segment.
Eve's apple. Cheers.
So I just want to get to this new way that I learned you can say QAnon, but we'll get to that in a minute here. Here's a little plug for Brett's stuff.
Does he say QAnon?
Oh, just wait.
QAnon?
No. You know what? You're not even right. But hold on. Let's look at his new overlay. Wow,
my
Brett,
motherfucking guy is on Spotify.
You're back to blue again. He always used to be blue all the time back in the day.
Let's hit this goal. DP Colt, thank you, Shane M.
We did, but thank you for further.
Thank you.
All right, so.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane.
He's making it look like he's not laying on his belly in bed, but he is most definitely doing that still. And he's like the footboard of his bed. He's got his like arms up on it, and then he's got like a table there that he uses his mouse
God
on.
TV Radio. I hope you're all having a blessed day out there.
Just wait.
Got a little bit of news, and I'm also going to talk about the QAnon conspiracy.
QAnon. QAnon.
QAnon.
Will you be mine?
The QAnon conspiracy.
My darling QAnon. Until the end of time.
Oh, my God.
QAnon.
The QAnon conspiracy.
QAnon.
We're going to talk about the QAnon conspiracy.
QAnon.
Been a little while since those group of misfits ended up getting talked about.
Dave Valinsky just did a $49.99 super chat. Said, whoever watched a Canadian public service commercial, they were more blunt and straight to the point. When I lived in Canada, there was one about paying attention while working in a restaurant. It showed a woman getting burned by hot water.
Yeah.
Some of those are fucking crazy.
The warnings on the cigarettes are like, there's like pictures of lungs with cancer and
They
shit.
had like dead
Yeah,
babies
They don't mess around.
that got sick from not mothers drinking and stuff on their bottles.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So
Cheers,
listen to
Dave.
what he says here after the QAnon.
commercial. They were
Oh,
more
here,
blunt
this is
and
going to
straight
get
to the
talked
point.
about.
When I lived in Canada,
They
there was
are.
one about paying attention while working in a restaurant. It showed a woman getting burned by hot water.
Yeah.
But that's the wild thing about the cigarette industry. When they got sued here in North America at the turn of the century, they were the ones that created the truth.org, where all their money went to make the commercials to stop smoking. They were in charge of that shit.
Listen to what he says after the QAnon thing.
Talked about.
He's like, there are a bunch of people have been talked about.
Got a little bit of news, and I'm also going to talk about the QAnon conspiracy. Been a little while since those group of misfits ended up getting talked about.
It's been a while since those group of misfits have been talked about. Really?
The
Have they not?
QAnon misfits.
The QAnon?
I was looking through Google today, and I searched up my name. I wanted to see what kind of excitement was out there.
So you searched for your name to find what excitement was out there.
I told you all in my video why I left atheism for God, the video right before this one. I have noticed that because of all the radio streams and everything I've been doing.
He's blowing up. He's blowing up. He's going viral.
He's on
blowing up.
Spotify now with Joe
blowing up.
Rogan's
He's blowing up.
On other social media sites, I've been blowing up all
I've been blowing
I
up.
knew it.
over the search engines.
I only watched the first few minutes of this where he said like the QAnon. I didn't know he was going to say he was blowing
There's
up.
still some hate websites and some pretty nasty pages.
Insulting the shit out of you.
I discovered while looking around that apparently something that's really popular in the search engines is called...
In the search engines? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm blowing up the search engines. You're blowing the fuck up out of the search engines, Brett. The search engines, they're just like, they can't stop. They can't stop with the Brett Keane. You're just blowing up the search engines.
Called Brett Keane Died.
Okay, listen to this, because he thinks we're all just so dumb that we don't remember, like, just a year and a half ago, he made a video that said TJ died.
Oops.
When there was, like, no evidence whatsoever to say that he did.
That's right. Atheist, apparently, whenever I was away from YouTube for a while, started a big conspiracy stating that I had passed away and all this.
He did this. He's like, can you believe atheists would lie and say that I died when I didn't? But he did the exact same thing. He made a video. You can look back. I don't remember what episode it was on. We covered one of his videos that claimed TJ was killed.
Murder. Death by murder.
Apparently, this is pretty cute. It's adorable. The Amazing Atheist and his friends end up posting what they believe to be my personal home address.
So now he's accusing people of doxing. He will show no evidence
and
whatsoever.
Documentation, and actually suggested that non-believers come to
you named certain people
that home that they believed I lived at in order to what is it?
It's like some weird anonymous people dox him, which may or may not even be true, but let's just assume it is. And then he names recognizable people and tries to associate them with it, even though there's no evidence of that.
Probably was the fucking girl that was dating his son.
Oh my God.
He's just fucking using her knowing where he lived and then talking to everybody online about him as someone who doxed.
Yeah.
Because she knew where he lived, even though she didn't tell nobody. Yeah, we live here. It's so fucking weird, man. Hey, Hawkeye Poots says, fat blue crown, fat fucking dumbass. Sorry, Billy. Why are you apologizing to me? Deputy dumb shit.
Let's go to a different... Let's go to another one, because this is... I I have another video where Brett confesses his addiction. Anyone want to guess what his addiction is that he struggles with so
Putting
hard?
cheese on chili.
And everyone in the chat, take your guess before I play this.
Does he have a mac and cheese
What you
addiction?
think Brett struggles with addiction? Everyone.
Honestly, I bet you his addiction
the
is
disease of addiction.
probably like. Is there like a new milkshake at fucking Chick-fil-A or something?
That would require leaving the house.
No, Dorn brings him shit all the time.
Oh, okay.
Dorn brings him fast food like a motherfucker. My new addiction is watching Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, everyone take your guesses and I'll play it.
I'm addicted to fapping to Ben Shapiro's sister, Abigail Shapiro. I jerk my meaty fucking cock to her gigantic tits. That could be it.
Let's take a look.
BrettKeen.us. The website's back.
You name is Brett.
Oh, he's
all have.
All right.
Hello,
I'm
ladies
addicted
and
to
gentlemen. My
$1
name is
Wendy's
Brett Keane from
Frosties.
God TV Radio. I hope you're all having a blessed day out there.
Yeah.
Well, today we are going to talk about me trying to deal with a serious addiction of mine that is not compatible with Christianity that I plan to work very hard on. It's been very challenging for me.
Very hard.
I've been meaning to work on this for quite a while.
Is it Danish
as many of you
satanic
know, for the past
metal?
couple of years, I've struggled with this. But I'm addicted to foul language, coarse language, cussing. And
Whoever
it's
said
something I need to
cussing-
work on.
He's addicted to cussing.
Whoever said cussing in the way Shani for Christ would pronounce it wins. Cussing. He's addicted to cussing.
If you watch my latest videos, you'll notice every once in a while I accidentally spit out the F word or
Accidentally.
the
He just accidentally does that.
Accidentally.
S word.
It's totally an accident.
Fuckhead child.
It's been a real obstacle for me. I suspect my theory is I wasn't always like this. I didn't always have this addiction to cussing, but my theory is that hanging out in the atheist community
Yep.
for as long as I
That's what it was.
You broke yourself, Brett. You sullied yourself in the eyes of God, all because you wanted to mingle with the atheists.
did, being a
Pussy.
former atheist myself, as well as hanging out
That's
with various
wild ass.
musicians, headbangers,
wild ass.
death metal people, thrash metal, rock and roll, heavy metal. Well, they've, let's just put it this way, they've all been an extremely negative influence on Mr. Keene. So I've got to work on that.
It's all that metal.
And I want to do that for myself. I want to do that
Mr.
for
Keene.
God. And I've also noticed in the past that there are Christians out there who state, Brett, we really want to bring you into our live shows. We want to not only be your friend, but also use you as a sort of tool or a defensive
They want
mechanism.
to use you as a tool.
We want to be a friend, but we also want to use you as a tool to combat for Christianity. But the problem is you use cuss words, Brett, so we can't use you as a tool for God, because you use cussers.
Against these aggressive atheists out here.
How long
the
till he uploads a
atheism
video
thing-
where he's cussing left and right?
I mean, it'll happen again. The atheism thing, it's not a thing anymore. You're still doing this. Like I encountered you for the first time 8 years ago, and you're still doing it, and it was like old back then.
But you know
Like,
why he's
this-
still doing it?
No, I don't, because no one's buying it anymore.
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Atheism
is unstoppable.
Yeah, you know it, Ben. You know it in your heart.
But they find me to be incompatible in conversations as long as I'm using foul language, and also have a tendency to roll around in the mud when I shouldn't be throwing out my pearls to swine. So
Whoa. You throwing pearls out to the swine? Eat your own pearls like Christian did.
There are things I need to work on. I've also been working on loving my enemy, loving my neighbor.
No, you don't. You do not do that.
I've been
No,
working
you
on
don't. You
loving
attack
my
them
enemy.
at any chance you can. Come on, buddy.
This has been an extreme struggle for me due to the fact that I've got an actual real neighbor, not some hyperbole.
Her hyperbole?
I got a real neighbor.
Not some hyperbole.
Not some hyperbole. I got a real neighbor.
Some
I'm not talking about when you're trying not to say the N-word. What?
Hyperbole of
Hyperbole?
a neighbor who's given me major trouble. This person decided to get high and drunk, supposedly getting ready to go to work, and they ran their vehicle into an expensive roof that I have outside of my home.
What?
It acts.
They ran their vehicle into an expensive roof?
How does that work?
Is that what he just said?
Yeah, I think.
His
Or
neighbor
room? I don't
got
know.
high and drunk and ran his vehicle into an expensive roof. They got high and drunk and they drove up to the top of the house. They flew the car. Is that what he said? We got to listen to that again.
This is kind of a overlay for our truck, and they really messed it up. They had plenty of room, plenty of space.
Oh, you know what it
but
was?
they
It was the
sma-
fucking canopy camper for a truck bed, the roof of a truck bed. I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Smashed into it, and I've made a couple videos cussing and
insulting the shit
squealing and whining about this problem. And unfortunately, my neighbor does not seem to be making any effort whatsoever to fix these problems.
Insulting the piss out of it.
This has instigated even
Swear to
more
God, he knocked the
anger
roof off my Rittenhouse.
and impatience in me. Not only making me want to cuss, but I've also
He knocked the Dylan roof off of my Kyle Rittenhouse.
He doesn't want to cuss. It's all those other
I don't want to
losers.
cuss, but this water-headed loser drove his truck into my roof, the roof of my house.
Water-headed loser.
Drove his truck into the roof of my house and pissed down my wife's back with his massive cock.
Actually contemplated the idea of going over and doing various
I thought that's what he meant by throwing pearls to the swine.
Undertaker
big nuts on
WWE
a
wrestling
piggy.
moves on this person. My wife and I decided the best bet was just to simply take him to some kind of civil court, and
You've been talking about that kind of shit forever.
My wife decided we should take him to civil war.
I remember when you talked to the copyright company about your copyright.
I called up the copyright company.
I guess suing
said
for the
I was the
damages
one that
as well
invented
as
the
the
George Foreman grill.
I'm suing for the damages as well as.
time and
For
the cost.
$19.99, you too can get the manatee mac and cheese pot.
He's gonna sue for his time too. Like how much is Brett Keen's time worth?
I think if you added up every second he lived on Earth, you'd probably get to like $4,000.
By the way, guys, there's a channel out there called Best of DP, and it has multiple classic DP compilations, and you can go up and look up the Brett Keen one. There's already 4 of them out right now. There's more out there, and they're like 9 to 10 hours long of the lore. If you're not up on the lore,
My
you can
dick is
watch
9
that.
to 10 hours long.
Also make him pay for the court costs that are involved.
The court costs.
Participating in
For
such
driving
matters.
his fucking Dukes of Hazzard car into my roof.
If this was possible, Brett would be so rich by now. He'd just sue everybody and win and make everybody pay. He's
All
talked
right.
about this so many times.
Goodness gracious. Looks like I made it through 5 minutes without seeing a...
See, he's laying down.
Goodness gracious.
How can you make videos this way? What is this? You can't sit in a chair? This
I
this
can't-
does not look comfortable. Could you lay down like this for an extended period of time?
I can't-
Like with your back arched?
I can't sit in a chair because I'm trying not to cuss. If I put pressure on these hemorrhoids, I'm going to say, oh, fuck, my ass is burning up from these hemorrhoids. So I got to lay on my belly to be closer to the Lord.
He is like a manatee, like laying on his belly, like with his flipper behind him, and he's like, yeah, whoa, he's in bed.
Got my big old
Almost like-
stinking flippers
almost like
up
this.
in there.
See,
Maybe,
laying in bed.
Maybe
yeah.
one of you want to come rub my glutes to keep them working in working order. Rub my maximized glutes.
Here's a bigger one here. Oh, it's blue, so it's not showing quite as good.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Stand up. Brett King got wet peen.
Oh.
Thick dick, no gangrene. My gang's green. Ninja Turtle.
Single awful word, even though this angers me so. Well, Matt Powell just recently made an interesting video, a subject.
All right, I'm not interested in this video he's talking about.
Luckily.
Yeah.
Luckily.
We talked about him.
Hawkeye Poots says Billy dab on those haters. Do we have a dab rig?
I do not, actually.
Is this one over here?
I know it's not a dab rig.
I think I see one over here.
Oh, God.
Individual.
Oh, God, it's playing this again.
Check out the beautiful asshole.
Lance Bakes
Individual
Bacon.
Situation.
What's
Check out
up?
beautiful asshole.
Thank you for the down now. Dabs the truth. Got him. I got him, huh, Shane M? Dabbed on him. I'm a Ligma male. I'm a Ligma Alpha Chad. Beardson? Not a Sigma male. He's a Smegma male.
A Smegma male?
He's a Smegma male. I'm a Sigma male. Stab McHugg says Billy asked Ben how he feels about John Cena killing it on Peacemaker.
I didn't like it.
He did very well. For those of you that like good old-fashioned comedy and
I didn't really like it.
Heavy
was
metal,
okay.
hairband metal, and action. If you want to see a gorilla fight a man, you want to watch Peacemaker, man.
Man.
You want to see it, man.
Man.
I did it all for the bussy.
The E-Bussy.
The E-Bussy.
Yeah. Remember that car?
Yeah.
The E-Bussy.
Do you remember the way life used to be? There's a
Holy
fucking
shit,
dart in your neck, man.
Is this bad? So in a moment here, we're probably gonna wrap, right? Or do you feel okay?
Yeah.
All right.
I was not in the toilet during the bussy. I watched the whole fucking thing the
the
other night.
E-Bussy?
The E-Bussy. It was the other night.
Yeah, I showed it to them again while you were out of the room because that was the private show. Where
Yeah,
I
we
showed
watched
that.
on the private show the other night.
Yeah,
So-
what happened at Actual Mania again? So Egghead
We
got
don't
to
wanna
keep his
spoil-
title.
We don't want to spoil for those of you that haven't sat through it. But Ben did just tell you Egghead retained his title, but he didn't
Yeah.
earn it.
Yeah.
And Egghead's actually, here's what we can tell you. We had two preliminary number one contender matchups, and this was what we will tell you. Next month, we're going to have Egghead defending his Cringerweight title against somebody who earned it. And they're going to come in, and they're probably going to take the title out of Egghead's hands because they earned it.
Unless Egghead surprises us.
And maybe Egghead will earn it, but Egghead's got work to do, man. Egghead's got work to do, man. And then the World Heavyweight title is going to be pretty interesting as well. That was decided. I don't want to spoil it this soon because some of you might be sitting back with a fucking fat pint of ice cream. But you'll know soon. Stand up. Stand up. I did it all for the bussy. So you can eat this pussy.
The e-bussy?
The e-bussy. Apparently, the WrestleMania sign caught on fire at the Rumble a few times. That sounds great. I want to see that.
Yeah, I might go back and watch that because I do like the Rumbles and shit. But then I have to get Peacock. It just sounds unpleasant, you know?
Peacock sounds better than Poopcock.
I paid for Peacock.
It is WrestleMania season. I could buy Peacock and then I could watch all of the new woke Saved by the Bell season 2.
Why would you want to do that?
For one, they had a tribute to Screech.
I don't care. I met him once.
Dustin Diamond?
Yeah, when he was doing his stand-up. I met him once.
One time I went family style on a
no, you didn't.
On a Lady Boy with the guy who played Leon Carosi in the Saved by the Bell series. No, I didn't. But I did go to elementary school with the kid who played the younger brother on California Dreams, which was...
It was like a Saved by the Bell knockoff.
Kind of like a Saved by the Bell spinoff. It came on after Saved by the Bell.
It wasn't a
couple years.
spinoff because I don't think there was any crossover.
It wasn't, but it was made by the same company.
Yeah, it was the same show in many
Yeah,
ways,
so-
but they had a band and they were like...
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a knockoff because it was made by the same company. So it was like they were trying to double down and make more content. But the kid who played the younger brother on that went to my school and he was in my class. And I traded him a big ass stack of fucking Pogs for a Game Boy. That was my first Game Boy. I got it from that kid. And I gave him a big old stack of
You're
Pogs.
scamming people even back then.
I wasn't scamming. I was
Scamming.
balling, dude. I was
Scamming
the
motherfucker.
Pog master. I was winning at Pogs all the time.
No, you weren't.
Oh, dude. I was the fucking Pog champ.
Liar.
No Twitch emote. I was the legit Pog champ.
What a liar.
I traded my Pogs for that Game Boy. I used to trade Pogs for cash. I was pogging in the streets.
Poggers?
I was in the streets, dude. I was Pog champ legit before
Pogs
it was
were
a
such a
thing.
scam. Like
what?
And people used to think like, is there still a market for like collecting and trading rare Pogs?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't. But there's probably.
And what
some
kind of
rare
slammer
Pogs.
did you have? Was it made out of metal?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you asshole.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we just got a new patron. Thank you.
Hey Christian, thank you for the patronage. Yeah, my fucking I had multiple metal slammers, but one of them I had was very thin and it was shaped like a buzzsaw.
Now, would you hit it flat or would you hit it like thin side down?
Depends. Depends on if I wanted to
It
fuck.
depends on whether or not you're gonna poop yourself.
Depends if I wanted to fuck up your Pogs or if I wanted to keep them.
You dirty.
If if you had a Pog that you were putting in that you loved, sometimes I would take my slammer, my buzzsaw titanium slammer, and I would tilt it right into
That's
your
dirty.
shit, and I would destroy it in front of you, and then
dirty.
win it from you.
Dirty.
I would destroy it in front of you and then win it from you. If I wanted to keep it because it was nice and I liked it, I'd hit it flat so I get that good flip. But sometimes I just destroyed that shit. I just burnt that motherfucker
Mr. Mumbles
in front of
had
you.
Pope Pogs. You should try to find those and sell them to Nick Fuentes.
If you got Pope Pogs, find them. That sounds dope. I was
Pope Pogs.
I was devastating, dude. I used to go in the streets and play in the middle of the streets. I play Pogs in the middle of the streets.
That's
And
what you do.
When cars
That's what
would
you do
come,
in the hood.
When cars would come, they would wait for us until we were done slamming.
Yeah, because you're some badass kids on the streets.
Yeah, we would
life on the streets.
We were
playing
on the
Pogs.
side. We were on a side street, and we would go in the middle of the
Damn.
side street so we could see a car coming from 2 blocks away because it was a long street, and the cars would never get right there. So if I seen a car coming from either direction, we'd have ample time to get that final flip in, and then run out of the street.
Honest Red said he'd just take your stuff.
No, you wouldn't. Deputy dumb shit. Do you realize how many times I had Pogs stolen from me? I don't
100?
think any, but I did. I've been carrying anxiety about property ever since I was a little kid, because I had like all these dope ass slammers that I had won, and I was so proud of them. I was like, this is the first time I had things that I acquired on my own that
You're
I was
going to
proud
the
of.
slammer.
And I had this tube full of slammers that I was so proud of because I earned them all on my own. I was like, I fucking love these slammers. Damn. And I went to school one day and I was looking at the ground and I was like, that looks like my slammer, but it's all tore up. And then I seen all these slammers that were mine that were destroyed because I don't know if I had left my slammers on the back of my dad's car or something, or if they
Pog
got
theft
run over.
should be a felony.
They were all destroyed. Like they fell off the car and got run over and destroyed, and I cried. I was like, from that moment on, I was like, I can't have nice things.
If you steal Pogs, you should get caned like Singapore.
No, honestly, if I catch you stealing Pogs, dude,
Disgusting
you might as well be not giving a fuck about body autonomy and privacy. Like you might as well be stealing innocence. If you fucking steal my Pogs.
You still have Pogs?
Yeah, well, steal my Pogs. You might as well be going into a club and dropping a roofie and a drink. Steal my fucking
Oh
Pogs.
my God.
That's one of the strictest violations you can make.
Pogs better than Magic cards?
I mean, at the time, but when I was out of Pogs, I got into Magic cards, and unfortunately, Magic cards is just it's a genius game. Those of us who played Magic cards at a young age, we understand what it's like to be of Mensa levels intellects. And I appreciate all of you fellow Mensa brethren who learned to play Magic the Gathering cards when you were 11. It makes you a super genius like me. Honest Red says, ain't nobody gonna stop me. You think that way, Papa. I'll take your fucking land from you. That's what my ancestors do. Fight me! Fight me! I've been drinking!
Oh my
and
God.
I can handle my liquor! Oh
my God.
Don't tell me ain't nobody gonna stop you. Don't tell me ain't nobody gonna stop you. Don't tell me ain't nobody gonna stop you. This whole show has just been fatting around. Yep.
Yeah, that's what we do.
You're welcome. I think you mean my liquor.
Wow.
Damn, Honest Red. I don't know if you mean I'm drinking your liquor or you're taking my liquor and calling it yours, but now I'm like, I don't mind sharing with you after that comment. I'm like, the way you said that, I don't mind sharing. Yeah, fuck. What my liquor is your liquor. Let's drink, Honest Red. Let's drink and go family style on a little fucking trans.
Oh God!
What?
Remember you got scolded for fetishizing.
From who?
Remember we were on that Casey Tron.
Yeah, but
stream?
it was a good. I would ask good questions. That's fetishizing. So the fuck what?
You didn't say that.
People have. I didn't back off. I was like, oh yeah, tell me more. Tell me more. Shit.
Yeah.
Fetishizing. I've been fetishized.
You made it fetishizing. It's like exercising with fetishes.
People fetishize me all the time. They're like, oh, you're so tall. That makes me so hot. You're so fucking tall.
That's him talking to himself in the mirror.
No, that's most girls that I know.
Okay.
Look, I don't know if you're a girl out there, and if you've ever stood next to a 6 foot tall person and didn't want to fuck them, tell me how. How? How'd you do that? Girls out there. Billy, how do you feel about IPAs? They're okay, but
yeah, they're not really my favorite either.
Yeah, they're not. Like, I wouldn't order an IPA, I think. I like ambers more than IPAs, and I like really heavy beers with a lot of alcohol in them, too.
Yeah,
That's usually a dark beer.
I've had good IPAs, but I wouldn't choose them. If someone, like, offered me one, I'd probably just drink it.
Hawkeye Pooch says 6 feet isn't tall. Yeah, and beggars,
It really isn't.
Beggars can't be choosers. That's all it literally takes is 6 feet tall, and women melt in puddles. It's embarrassing for women.
There's some guy that's always commenting on our streams, and he says he's 7'2". That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is tall.
That's the tall homie.
That's very tall.
Cheers, tall homie. Dozer. Billy, did you used to play rollerblade hockey too? That was popular at the times when pugs were. No, because I sucked at fucking roller skating, my dude. I did play floor hockey for like a couple months.
I used to play street hockey, street roller hockey.
I didn't have rollers. I couldn't roll, so I'd play floor hockey at my school where we just stood around and walk hockey.
Walk hockey.
I played walkie hockey.
Walkie hockey on your walkie-talkie. Yeah, I used to play it. I sucked at it though because to be good at hockey, you have to be able to skate backwards, and I'm not good at skating backwards.
I gotta stop this talk in the chat real quick. Honest Red saying 6 foot is barely above average.
It is.
I'm sorry. That's all it takes. That's like saying hitting the G spot is barely making a girl come. It's all it takes, dude. You know how many women are over 6 feet tall? It might as well not be any. Most women are 5'5", 5'6",
yeah,
and they are
short guy
dying.
talk.
And they are dying to have somebody 6 foot tall. All they want is a level of height that's like makes them look teeny tiny. It's that simple. Girls don't like to be big. And you get somebody over 6 feet tall and they feel like they're a goddamn flag waving on a pole. They love it. Tell me I'm wrong. If any girls are out there that want to disagree with me, go ahead and lie to my face.
Yeah.
Small fella got because someone calm this man down with all this overcompensating. Who's overcompensating?
You.
I'm not. I'm being brutally honest. Because some people are afraid to say it. Some people are afraid to just be honest. No, we do have to wrap it up, though, because I told Ben, I said, Ben, here's the deal. If I'm in here after 11 p.m. tonight, I'm going to get some of your e-bussy.
E-bussy?
So he's like, we better wrap up before 11 p.m. West Coast time then, because I'm not giving up this e-bussy.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Definitely not.
No one gets the e-bussy.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for another successful nuclear week at Drunken Peasants.
Saturday bonus show.
We had a jumbled week.
Yes.
And we worked it out. We worked it out.
Yeah.
I appreciate every one of you, and especially those that put your money where your mouth is tonight. Keeps us going. Keeps us on schedule to hit episode 1000 and beyond.
It's less than a month away.
It's so close. Plug the upcoming show. Yeah. Ben's going to be doing a pre-show on Tuesday with Monty, right?
Yes.
Yes, so that's going to be pre-Tuesday.
Help get those guys out here. And honestly, episode 1000 is probably going to be a lot more just like us talking in the studio than it's going to be playing videos and that kind of shit. You know, we're going to have the benefit of everyone actually being here. There's not going to be the goofy delay or like audio issues or anything like that.
I don't know, Ben. I was kind of thinking the episode 1000 should just be us watching. Who the fuck is that guy I hate? Wild Bill for America. Just us watching Wild Bill for America.
In America, bless God again.
All right, guys.
Good night.
Have a good night.
In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants.